Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. What is this thing? The closer Shifeng got to the hovering energy bead, the heavier his body felt. He even felt somewhat dizzy, his mind growing fuzzy. He felt as if his control over his own body had dulled, as if it no longer belonged to him. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation in God's domain, both in this life and the previous one. If players merely lost some attributes, they'd at most feel physically powerless, but their mind wouldn't be affected. Yet, despite his unchanged basic attributes, his overall combat power had decreased by at least 80%. At this point, even an ordinary Tier 2 player could easily kill him. It's best if you don't get too close to this thing. When Shifeng was less than a yard from the energy bead, Celiora raised her hand to stop him. Hearing Celiora's warning, Shifeng obediently retreated from the energy bead. He only regained control of his body after he had left the void zone. He couldn't help but stare at the energy bead in shock. It was too strong. If he could wield this power, using it on the battlefield against other players, he'd become truly invincible. While the energy bead didn't suppress basic attributes, it significantly reduced players' control of their bodies, and regardless of how high a player's attributes were, they'd become a helpless child when subjected to the energy bead's mental suppression. This isn't something you can withstand at your current power. If you try to touch it, you'll lose your life on the spot. Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, it'll still be some time before you can resurrect, Celiora explained when she noticed Shifeng's dumbfounded expression. Death upon touch? And the resurrection time is so long? Shifeng couldn't help his growing curiosity over the bead's identity. Lady Celiora, what is this item? He had heard of many items that could kill players upon contact, but he had never heard of items increasing players' resurrection time. As far as he knew, only certain skills and high-tiered NPCs could do such a thing. The ability to absorb a player's soul was one such example. Yet, even after using omniscient eyes on the energy bead, the bead's inscription still said unknown. He couldn't even get a name. This is a destruction crystal, formed from the power of destruction. Not only can it destroy physical material, but it can also destroy souls. If even a strand of this power of destruction taints an immortal soul, it will need a long time to recover, Celiora explained as she watched the hovering black bead. Although the destruction crystal is currently inactive, even the weak energy it's radiating is dangerous to you. After her explanation, Celiora began to chant an incantation, writing several lines of divine runes in the air as she did so. In seconds, the divine runes encased the destruction crystal. With a wave of her hand, Celiora sent the hovering crystal to Shifeng. You can consider this destruction crystal as an unexpected reward. Use it during a crucial moment to save your life, but be careful when you do. If not handled properly, you might sacrifice your own life during the process, Celiora gravely warned Shifeng. All right, you can leave now. I've gained a significant boon from recasting the disintegration armor, so I need to rest and process the information. Since I don't wish to be disturbed, I'll be leaving White River City for some time. Shifeng stored the destruction crystal and nodded to Celiora before taking his leave. Although it seemed as if Celiora hadn't done much, as a master forger, Shifeng was familiar with the delicacy of re-establishing the disintegration armor's magic circuits. The process would even exhaust a grandmaster forger like Celiora. After leaving Celiora's smithy, Shifeng could no longer bottle his curiosity as he inspected the destruction crystal in his bag. Destruction crystal consumable. Sealed by Celiora. When unsealed, unleashes the power of destruction in a 1,000-yard radius. A 1,000-yard AoE? Shifeng's jaw dropped when he read the introduction text. The destruction crystal's AoE was even stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. But unlike these spells, which could be cast from a distance, the disintegration crystal would explode the moment the seal was lifted. Even if a player threw the thing when they activated it, they'd be lucky to get it 100 yards away and would still get caught in the AoE. Meanwhile, the power of destruction would damage both the physical body and the soul. If this power killed a player, the consequences would be even more severe than if their immortal soul were absorbed. It was no wonder why Celiora warned him to take care when using the destruction crystal. I mustn't use this unless it's absolutely necessary. When Shifeng recalled the feeling of standing too close to the power of destruction, his heart skipped a beat. However, Now that he had dealt with the disintegration armor, his basic attributes were free of its suppression. Moreover, he no longer had to worry about mutated orcs targeting him out in the fields. He could now execute his plans without worry. As Shifeng prepared to visit Zero Wing City to check on its situation, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain. Shifeng could not help his curiosity when he saw the caller ID. Phoenix Rain had been very busy lately. After gaining control of a portion of Thunder Island, she had quickly taken advantage of the opportunity to grow her faction's strength. In addition, she still had to keep an eye on Nine Dragons' Emperor. She should be busy as hell, without a minute to spare, yet she was contacting him. Naturally, Shifeng picked up the call. Yifeng, I've just received some important information. You should be very careful of Heaven's Burial, Phoenix Rain said somberly. Since Nine Dragons' Emperor gained nothing on Thunder Island due to our partnership, he's secretly colluded with Beast Emperor. From what my subordinates discovered, Nine Dragons' Emperor has only made one demand of Beast Emperor: Zero Wing's destruction. Furthermore, Beast Emperor has deep ties with Heaven's Burial. Now that your two guilds are at war, Beast Emperor won't miss this opportunity. Beast Emperor? Shifeng frowned. Previously, due to his focus on the war with Heaven's Burial, he had temporarily set aside the issue of Beast Emperor and the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple. If Beast Emperor really got involved in this guild war, Zero Wing would be at a disadvantage. Yet Shifeng didn't know the Evil God's Temple's exact whereabouts in the Black Dragon Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Beast Emperor also moved like a ghost, and right now, Shifeng had no way of dealing with the man. You should also be careful of Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang. Although Lei Jingyang only leads a workshop, the Thunder Legion under his command has quite a few refinement realm experts. Moreover, the Thunder Legion's members are extremely adept in field combat. When Crimson Emperor tried to contest Lei Jingyang's group over an ancient ruin, the guild actually lost. Even Cuttlefish, the commander of Crimson Emperor's trump card legion, died. It's best if you avoid small-scale field battle with Lei Jingyang's people, Phoenix Rain warned. Even Cuttlefish lost? Shifeng was surprised. Crimson Emperor was a super first-rate guild and in no way weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, Cuttlefish, who commanded the guild's trump card legion, was a powerful individual. Although he was not a domain realm expert, he had a wealth of combat experience. He was also the Guardian Knight and ranked 77th on the God's Domain Experts list, earning the nickname Iron Wall. In a one-on-one fight, even domain realm experts would struggle to kill him. Furthermore, Cuttlefish was constantly surrounded by his own experts. Shifeng found it hard to believe that Lei Jingyang had actually killed the man. In any case, just be careful, Phoenix Rain reiterated. If you lack manpower, I'll send Blue and a group of experts to help. I'm sure that Heaven's Burial will hold back from doing anything drastic with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around. Thank you for the offer, but we'll handle this ourselves. After all, I'm sure that you have your own issues to deal with. I've heard that Nine Dragons' Emperor has been causing quite a bit of trouble for you lately, Shifeng said, smiling as he rejected Phoenix Rain's offer. While Heaven's Burial wasn't an easy foe, Zero Wing was no pushover either. All right, Phoenix Rain sighed. She felt that Zero Wing was too stubborn. Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong, it still wasn't a match for Heaven's Burial. Moreover, its enemy had the support of Blackwater and Beast Emperor. If this war weren't dealt with properly, it might mean the fall of Zero Wing. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he contacted Aqua Rose and instructed her to gather the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo in White River City's guild residence. He had been preoccupied with his own matters, but now that he was free, it was time to introduce some new blood to the guild. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Guild Leader, do you intend to include them in the guild's war of attrition? When Aqua Rose received the order to gather the experts the guild still nurtured, she could only assume that Shifeng wanted to use them in the war against Heaven's Burial. Currently, Zero Wing severely lacked expert players. Moreover, both the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo had improved their standards considerably. Some of the more powerful players had already reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even in a super guild, these players would be considered experts. If they could send these players to the field, they could help make up for Zero Wing's lack of experts. MHM. In any case, they need training to improve their techniques. They'll grow much faster in live combat. Shifeng nodded. Although that is true, their levels aren't high enough. The highest leveled among them is only level 39, while most of them aren't even level 35 yet. With such a huge gap in equipment and levels, their techniques won't add to the guild's combat power regardless of how good they are, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. The various large guilds' elite members were, on average, level 45. There was easily a 10-level gap between these elite players and Zero Wing's internal members. Meanwhile, every 5 levels was a minor turning point when it came to weapons and equipment in God's domain. Techniques couldn't make up for such a massive difference that easily. I know. That's why I'm taking them out to level, Shifeng said, smiling. He still wasn't satisfied with these internal members' standards, and since he had been busy with his own matters, he had set aside the issue of helping them level. But now that their combat standards had reached a sufficient level, he had to help them level up, transforming them into usable combat power for the guild. Zero Wing had nearly 200 internal members, and the White Tiger Dojo had sent him 500 disciples. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't Zero Wing members, they were under his command while they trained with the guild. It'd be a waste not to put them to good use. With this, he could add nearly 700 experts to the guild's forces as they fought Heaven's Burial. Thus far, Zero Wing had only accumulated a little over 2,000 experts who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor or beyond. Another 700 experts would increase the guild's overall combat power by a massive 1/3. Taking them out to level? Aqua Rose's eyes lit up when she heard Shifeng's plan. She was very familiar with Shifeng's leveling capabilities, knowing that his leveling speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than other peak experts. He was also more than capable of helping others level up as quickly as he did. If he took command, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing had another 700 experts, which would make it much easier to defend the 4 high-resource maps. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Aqua Rose shook her head and said, "Guild leader, I'm afraid helping them level up will be difficult right now. Heaven's Burial is constantly watching our people. If we send our internal members to the fields to level, Heaven's Burial will certainly ambush the group. They might lose levels, rather than gain them." "Relax. That is only true if Heaven's Burial can follow us," Shifeng said, chuckling. When he had decided to take Zero Wing's internal members out to level, in truth, it had been a passing thought. Obtaining mana ore was his true goal. Although the Boneless land was rich with ores, it was also a good leveling area. Plenty of low HP and defense demonic creatures roamed the map, and their respawn rate was fairly fast. These demonic creatures' high magic resistance and combat standards were the only issues, making them difficult to deal with for magical class players. To Shifeng, however, these monsters were not a problem. After all, he had the Bible of Darkness, and in that map, he'd be in his element. Following which, Aqua Rose notified Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples to gather in White River City's guild residence. While he waited, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm to grab pickaxes before heading to the residence himself. When Shifeng arrived, the gathered crowd stirred. They had never expected their guild leader to take them out to level, and for a moment, they were all immensely excited. Every player who had played God's Domain for some time knew of the title Sword King. Shifeng's battle records were also listed on the God's Domain experts list, and many swordsman players had long since analyzed these records, using them as reference. Shifeng didn't bother to waste time with words. Instead, he had everyone head to the teleportation hall and travel to one of Starmoon Kingdom's border towns. He then found a relatively deserted location and activated Spatial Gate. To get to the Boneless land, one had to cross more than 10 high-level maps. If players tried to do so on their mounts, they'd have to ride for several days and would encounter many level 100+ monsters during the trip. Not even Shifeng would dare to take on such a high-level monster right now, not to mention other players. After ensuring that everyone had made it through the Spatial Gate, Shifeng stepped through and closed it. Shortly after Shifeng's group had disappeared into the Spatial Gate, a few assassins, who had hidden in the distance, revealed themselves. All of these assassins wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem and were level 47. They were also fully equipped in level 45 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Boss, what should we do? They left using a teleportation gate. How are we supposed to track them? Forget it. This is outside our abilities. Let's just report this to the higher-ups. After the several assassins discussed the situation amongst themselves, they returned to Singular Burial and told him of the teleportation gate. Teleportation gates did not reveal players' destinations, and players would only discover where the gate led to after they entered. However, Sherfone was the last person to step through, and once he had, the gate had disappeared. They had no way of tracking the group from Zero Wing. It seems we've backed Black Flame into a corner. At such a crucial moment, a guild leader like him is taking a bunch of level 30-plus players out to level. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report. He then turned to Daybreak Fog and asked, "Have Lei Jingyang and Blackwater's men gathered in their designated locations?" "Most of their forces have arrived. They can take action at any time," Daybreak Fog replied. "Good. Have them activate the war barriers to lock down the maps. It's about time we give Zero Wing a taste of hell," Singular Burial said, laughing madly. To crush Zero Wing swiftly, they had dispatched 8,000 experts to hunt down the enemy guild's members in the 4 high-resource maps and utilize the war barriers to trap them within. In addition, they had dispatched 40,000 elite members to guard the map's entrances. Understood. Daybreak Fog immediately commanded the guild members to spread out across the 4 maps. With Daybreak Fog's command, Heaven's Burial's members went into action, activating the war barriers and preventing every player in the 4 maps from using return scrolls. If players wished to leave the maps, they'd have to do so through the map's entrances. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts scoured the maps for Zero Wing's members in 100-man teams. Boss Flo, there's a 6-man party from Zero Wing ahead, but they're all wearing cloaks, so we can't see their levels. Should we attack? A level 47 assassin reported through his team chat as he watched the small party walk through the forest ahead. A 6-man party? Are there any important players among them? Broken Flo, who wore level 45 dark gold set equipment, asked quietly. They knew just how powerful Zero Wing's experts were. This was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, Flying Shadow, and the guild's other core members. Singular Burial had already warned them to stay as far away from these individuals as possible. Although Broken Flo wasn't pleased with the decision, he had no choice but to follow his guild leader's orders. No, none of the 6 players are on the list, but they seem to have pretty good equipment. They're likely an expert party from Zero Wing, the assassin reported after taking a closer look. Good. It seems that we've gotten lucky and come across one of Zero Wing's expert parties. Keep an eye on them. We'll head over right away, Broken Flo said as he licked his lips in anticipation. Immediately, he led his team towards the assassin's current position. Chapter 1605, Battle Array Activate. Chapter 1605, Battle Array Activate. In less than 2 minutes, Broken Flo's team found a 6-man party of cloaked players walking along a small forest path. All 6 players wore Zero Wing's guild emblem. Go! Don't let any of them escape. Broken Flo shouted in the team chat as soon as he laid eyes on the 6 Zero Wing members. Immediately, Broken Flo's 100-man team spread out, swiftly encircling Zero Wing's party and cutting off any escape route. Heaven's Burial? The 6 Zero Wing members readied their weapons as they were surrounded. You guys sure are unlucky to attract my attention. Broken Flo grinned at the 6 cloaked players. Immediately, he removed the level 45 dark gold greatsword from his back and approached the 6 at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he pulled a potion from his bag and drank it. He then commanded, "Everyone guard the area. Make sure no one escapes. I want to take proper care of these Zero Wing members." When Heaven's Burial's members heard Broken Flo's command, they couldn't help their growing excitement and anticipation. These players sure are unlucky. It seems like the commander wants to finish them off personally. The last time the commander took action, he even gave an expert party from a first-rate guild a miserable beating. Not only were those experts powerless to fight back, but the commander also forced them to lose multiple pieces of equipment. I wonder if we'll get to witness the commander's trademark combat technique again. Hopefully these Zero Wing members aren't too weak and can put up a good fight. Otherwise, we won't get a share of the loot. Heaven's Burial's members laughed as they ridiculed the trapped Zero Wing members. The guild had already declared that, during this hunt, not only would they earn GCPs for killing Zero Wing members, but they also got to keep whatever loot dropped from their kills. Although Zero Wing's members had been ambushed countless times, the guild's experts had suffered minimal losses. Most of these experts still had their top-tier equipment. Even if the equipment they obtained wasn't suitable for their class, they could still sell the items and make a fortune. Despite the high demand for top-tier equipment, there was practically no supply. When ordinary players obtained a piece of top-tier equipment, they usually didn't sell it for coins even if they couldn't use it themselves. Rather, most players tried to trade one piece of equipment for another that they could use. Now that they had come across 6 Zero Wing experts, this was a golden opportunity to walk away with massive profit. Of course, Broken Flow didn't care about the equipment. Rather, he wanted to relieve some stress. Broken Flow had previously been defeated in a fight with Zero Wing's top-tier experts, and he had been waiting to restore his reputation for some time. Now, however, the guild had forbidden its members from fighting Zero Wing's top-tier experts. Naturally, Broken Flow was annoyed. However, killing Zero Wing's elite members was boring. Only Zero Wing's experts could pique Broken Flow's interest. You don't have to worry. Without my command, they won't move, Broken Flow told the 6 players from Zero Wing, who watched their surroundings warily. With a calm smile, he continued, if you want to leave this place alive, there's only one way to do it: defeat me. I don't mind if you come at me one by one or all together, but I advise you not to attempt an escape. My team includes over 60 experts from Heaven's Burial. If we attack as one, none of you will survive. If you don't have any problems, let's begin. After saying so, Broken Flow continued towards the 6-man party before him. His lax attitude proved that he didn't view the 6 experts before him as proper opponents whatsoever. Tiger, what should we do? The cleric from Zero Wing asked the robust youth in front of the party in a hushed tone. We're too outnumbered. There's no way we can break through this encirclement. It seems we have no choice but to fight this Broken Flow fellow. Infant Tiger, the party's leader, realized that their situation had taken a turn for the worst. They might not have had an issue if they'd come across an ordinary expert team, but he hadn't expected them to encounter a team led by one of Heaven's Burial's top-tier experts. In a moment, I'll distract him while you guys find an opportunity to strike. Don't worry about hitting me. When the other members heard Infant Tiger's plan, they nodded silently. Their leader's decision didn't surprise any of them. Although they were strong, there was a considerable gap in strength between them and Broken Flow. Only the guild's core members, like Yi Wumian and Minor Wind, could go toe-to-toe with such an expert. However, Broken Flow did not give Zero Wing's party much time to consider their options. Once he was within 30 yards of the party, he abruptly accelerated and pounced like a ferocious tiger as it was freed from its cage. Broken Flow saw no value in Zero Wing's ordinary experts. He currently wore level 45 Dark Gold set equipment and wielded a level 45 Dark Gold greatsword. With his equipment standards, he'd even rank among the top in a super guild. As for his techniques, he had reached the refinement realm some time ago. He'd be a mainstay in any major guild. If not for Singular Burial's prohibition, he'd even challenge Zero Wing's peak experts like Fire Dance and Aqua Rose. So fast, Broken Flow's speed caught Zero Wing's members off guard. By the time they reacted, Broken Flow was already within 10 yards. In the blink of an eye, Broken Flow circled around Infant Tiger, who stood at the forefront of the party, and swung his greatsword. As his greatsword soared towards the enemy berserker, it split into 3 copies that struck from different angles. Combat technique, Trishadao interception. Just as Broken Flow's 3 sword lights were about to bite into Infant Tiger, who was at his wit's end, decisively activated the basic strength battle array. Immediately, the mana around Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players in the Conqueror's armor went berserk. The 5 melee players felt as if their minds connected, their senses expanding in a way they had never before experienced. Despite Broken Flow's sword lights targeting his blind spots, Infant Tiger saw all 3 clearly. Suddenly, Infant Tiger turned and sidestepped, miraculously evading all 3 attacks. Without even turning to look at Broken Flow, Infant Tiger swung his own blade, sending an arc of silver slicing through Broken Flow's side. Broken Flow panicked. Since his attacks had missed, his stance was off balance, and his defense was riddled with holes. Instinctively, he activated Whirlwind Slash and rotated his body despite his awkward stance. Boom! When the two greatswords collided, brilliant sparks surrounded the fighters. Due to the impact, Broken Flow was forced back 2 steps. Infant Tiger, however, hadn't moved. The difference between the Berserker's strengths was obvious. When Heaven's Burial's members saw this, they were dumbfounded. They had never thought that their commander would be at a disadvantage against an ordinary expert. As for Broken Flow himself, he stared at Infant Tiger with a grim expression. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves with the enemy Berserker, he realized that not only was Infant Tiger's strength higher than his, but the enemy's combat standards were also extraordinary. No ordinary expert could evade his 3 accurate and fast attacks. However, the situation also confused Broken Flow. When did Zero Wing obtain an expert Berserker as powerful as he was? "Who are you?" Broken Flow shouted at Infant Tiger. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. As Broken Flow questioned Infant Tiger's identity, he took a huge step backward. Starmoon Kingdom's general masses were no strangers to Zero Wing's top-tier experts, not to mention Heaven's Burial. In fact, Heaven's Burial was very familiar with the standards of the internal experts Zero Wing nurtured. However, Broken Flow had no recollection of Infant Tiger among Zero Wing's top-tier experts. The only possibility was that Zero Wing's top-tier experts had used disguised tools, playing the pig to eat the tiger and wound Heaven's Burial's expert teams. But before Broken Flow could listen to Infant Tiger's reply, the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing appeared beside him, launching their attacks. 2 Berserkers executed the Tier 1 Cross Slash and Flame Slash. The Guardian Knight used the Tier 1 Justice Roar and Holy Slash, and the Shield Warrior raised his shield and used the Tier 1 Crumbling Mountain. When the 4 melee players attacked Broken Flow, they moved like a single entity. Their various skill flew towards Broken Flow's blind spots almost simultaneously. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. What? Broken Flow was shocked yet again. When he sensed the 4 melee players' combination attack, he felt the threat of death looming over him. On instinct, he activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent, and created a powerful hurricane around himself using his greatsword. The Taboo skill incorporated both offense and defense in a perfect balance. Pung, pung, pung. A series of clangs echoed around the fight. The 4 melee players that had attacked Broken Flow were forced to retreat 2 or 3 steps. But once they stabilized, they launched another uniform assault, not giving the Berserker a moment to catch his breath. This time, the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior rushed at Broken Flow from the front, whereas the 2 Zero Wing Berserkers approached from Broken Flow's sides. For a time, Broken Flow had to retreat as he desperately defended himself. While he did so, his HP continued to drain. What? The commander is actually... Heaven's Burial's members were utterly shocked as they watched Zero Wing's party suppress Broken Flow. Their previously playful expressions had vanished. None of these players were amateurs. They knew just how powerful their commander was, and even if they formed a 6-man party to challenge him, they wouldn't come close to killing Broken Flow. This wasn't due to the difference between their basic attributes, but the difference in their combat standards. If they tried to fight Broken Flow, he'd easily find and target their weak points. By the time they realized that they were under attack, it'd be too late to react. Moreover, Broken Flow could easily dodge and block their attacks. In the end, the Berserker commander would whittle down their HP and kill them. At most, Broken Flow would lose some HP when he blocked attacks or received a few hits that he couldn't dodge, but that'd be rare since he could use his positioning to prevent such situations. Yet now, regardless of how Broken Flow shifted his stance, he couldn't avoid the 4 melee players' pincer attacks as they continued to shave away his HP. However, this wasn't the most frightening aspect of this fight. What Heaven's Burial's members found truly shocking was the fact that Broken Flow couldn't force his way out of the encirclement. No matter how he tried to counter the 4 melee players, the outcome was the same. His targets would either deflect or block his attacks, refusing to budge an inch. Broken Flow looked like some beast trapped in a steel cage. The spectating Heaven's Burial members weren't the only ones shocked. Broken Flow, who desperately fought for his life, was flabbergasted. Of the 4 melee players assaulting him, one had combat standards to rival Infant Tiger. This zero-wing party actually had 5 Refinement Realm experts. Even super guilds valued Refinement Realm experts, and they'd be top-ranked fighters in first-rate guilds. Yet, this 6-man party had 5 of these experts. If you weren't familiar with the combat styles of Kola, Shadow Sword, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, and Zero Wing's other top-tier melee experts, he'd suspect that these 4 players were those experts in disguise. As Broken Flow continued to fend off the 4 Refinement Realm experts, whose basic attributes were even higher than his, a bitter taste filled his mouth. Although he had invited Zero Wing's party to attack him as one, he hadn't expected 4 Refinement Realm experts to gang up on him shamelessly. Even Infant Tiger danced around him, looking for the opportunity to land a fatal blow. What Broken Flow did not know, however, was that Infant Tiger and the others were just as shocked. They had never thought that the basic strength battle array would be this powerful. Not only did the battle array provide basic attributes akin to a miniature berserk skill, but their combat standards had also improved. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger wasn't moving around Broken Flow to land a fatal blow. Rather, he was helping his 4 companions by providing an additional view of the battle. By doing so, he gave his companions an accurate view of the enemy berserkers' movements regardless of how Broken Flow retaliated. When Broken Flow noticed that his HP had fallen by 2/3, he dismissed his previous promise as he shouted, "Everyone attack! Do not let any of these people escape." At the same time, Broken Flow activated his berserk skill to break away from the enemy encirclement. If he didn't escape now, Infant Tiger and the other experts from Zero Wing would kill him before reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's other members were still dazed even after Broken Flow issued the command. Their minds only reacted a short moment later, commanding their bodies to move. As expected of Heaven's Burial, its members' word is nothing more than a fart. Infant Tiger ridiculed Broken Flow. Hearing the insult, Broken Flow's expression twisted into something dark. Could Infant Tiger have any less shame? Although he had challenged Zero Wing's entire party by himself, how could he have known that 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts? Moreover, their coordination was so seamless that they moved as if they shared one body. Against such coordinated attacks, this team could even defeat a Flowing Water Realm expert, much less Broken Flow. However, Broken Flow's call for help prompted Infant Tiger and the others to activate Power of Darkness. Once their basic attributes soared, they launched another ruthless assault against the Berserker. This time, however, they held nothing back. After Shifeng had upgraded the Bible of Darkness, the power of darkness he granted his allies had grown stronger as well. Although Broken Flow's berserk skill was powerful, it was subpar compared to the improved power of darkness. In addition, Broken Flow's basic attributes were already lower than Infant Tiger and his companions. When both sides had activated their berserk skills, the gap between them only widened. Before the healers from Heaven's Burial could get within range, Zero Wing's Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior slammed their shields into Broken Flow, forcing the Berserker off balance. Infant Tiger and the other 2 Berserkers then appeared behind their target, launching a joint assault. Chop! Flame Slash! Cross Slash! Even under normal circumstances, Broken Flow would struggle to cope with these 3 simultaneous attacks. In the end, all 3 attacks landed squarely, draining his remaining HP. As his body collapsed, he dropped 3 pieces of level 45 Dark Gold equipment. "Commander? How is this possible?" Heaven's Burial's members were dazed when they watched their commander die. They had never dreamed that a peak expert like Broken Flow could be killed so easily. Moreover, Broken Flow had been slain by a bunch of Zero Wing members they had never even heard of. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. For a time after Broken Flow's death, Heaven's Burial's members were at a loss of what to do. However, Infant Tiger and his party members had no intentions of giving their enemies time to react. They immediately charged into the enemy ranks. They crossed the 30 yards to their targets in a few short seconds. Upon reaching the enemy front line, the Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight slammed their shields into the enemy melee players, crumbling the battle formation. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger and the other two berserkers nimbly weaved their way into the enemy lines before executing Whirlwind Slash. 3 powerful tornadoes instantly engulfed Heaven's Burial's members. Not only did the attacks push these players back, but they also lost a significant chunk of their HPs. Following which, the Berserker trio approached the nearest enemies and finished off their weakened foes. In the blink of an eye, several members of Heaven's Burial's team died. They're trying to break out of the encirclement. Kill them. Finally, some of Heaven's Burial's members reacted, moving to intercept Infant Tiger and his friends. Those with Berserk skills promptly activated them as the healers and ranged DPS channeled and executed one spell and skill after another. However, Infant Tiger and the others paid the healers and ranged DPS no mind as they ruthlessly targeted players without Berserk skills. With an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes and superior combat standards, they finished their targets off easily. Even half HP MTs fell after 2 or 3 attacks. By the time Heaven's Burial's healers had launched their healing spells, their team had suffered over a dozen casualties. Moreover, the majority of the players that had died were MTs. In contrast, Zero Wing's 5 melee players were mostly unharmed despite being surrounded by so many melee players. They only suffered superficial damage. When the ranged DPS's attacks finally reached them, not only did Infant Tiger and his companions seamlessly evade the attacks, as if they had long predicted the trajectories, but they also used some of Heaven's Burial's members as human shields. Although Heaven's Burial's healers did their best to keep their allies alive, Infant Tiger and the other 2 berserkers' attack power was simply overwhelming. Every one of the 5 melee players' attacks dealt over minus 10,000 damage if not blocked in time. Furthermore, the 3 berserkers were capable of launching multiple attacks per second. Elsewhere on the battlefield, although Heaven's Burial's members attempted to kill Zero Wing's lone healer, Zero Wing's 2 MTs had already moved to protect their comrade. Even when over a dozen melee players tried to corner the healer, Zero Wing's MTs easily repelled them all. In the end, they could only watch as the healer maintained Infant Tiger and the other Zero Wing berserkers' HP as the human meat grinders slaughtered their allies. As time passed, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team continued to lose members. In the face of Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's numerous experts were a joke. Just who are these people? When did Zero Wing find such experts? The more Heaven's Burial's members fought, the more frightened they became. At this point, the difference in both sides' strength was clear for all to see. No matter what kind of attacks they used, Infant Tiger and his companions effortlessly dodged or blocked them. In contrast, the Zero Wing berserkers' attacks always slipped past their defenses, landing direct hits and causing significant amounts of damage. And the more Infant Tiger and the others fought, the more familiar they became with the battle array. The battle array was too strong. Once they activated the battle array, they basically had a 360-degree view of their surroundings as long as they maintained proper positioning. Moreover, their improved physiques made it easy to cope with incoming attacks. In their eyes, Heaven's Burial's members were little more than children waving toy weapons. They had no problems predicting their enemies' attacks. They finally understood how God's Domain's peak experts were so powerful. They hadn't understood where the difference lay between them and these experts in the past, but now they saw it clearly. They had to admit that being able to see everything around them and having control of their environment was intoxicating. It was no wonder why Shifeng had taken responsibility for their deaths. With this improved perception and control, they would be utter fools if they let a bunch of ordinary experts kill them. Only top-tier experts and peak experts with superior strength and techniques had any hope of defeating them. After 3 short minutes, only 20 players remained of Heaven's Burial's 100-man team. The survivors were fear-stricken as they stared at Infant Tiger and the other Zero Wing members. They felt as if these people before them were demons that had crawled up from hell, not players. Despite the cooperation of over 60 of their guild's experts, they had done nothing to Infant Tiger's 6-man party. In fact, they hadn't even dropped their enemies' HPs to below 50% throughout this fight. Meanwhile, when Infant Tiger and the others saw the corpses strewn across the ground, they couldn't help but feel a little proud. They had dreamed of defeating a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial, yet they had slain several times that. Retreat. Run away. Suddenly, the only thought Heaven's Burial's members had was of escape. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Even with over 60 guild experts, they hadn't been able to do anything to Infant Tiger and his team. Now that they only had a bunch of elite members remaining, they were even less of a match for Zero Wing's party. They'd only throw themselves into the jaws of death if they continued to fight. If they died, they lose a level and a piece of equipment. Although the guild would offer compensation, it'd be far from enough to cover their losses. Don't think that you can get away so easily. Infant Tiger and the others chased after their fleeing enemies. With the massive difference in basic attributes, Heaven's Burial's members couldn't escape Infant Tiger and his companions' pursuit, even if they spread out as they ran. After another short moment, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team had been utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, as war barriers activated in the 4 high-resource maps Zero Wing's members occupied, panic ensued among the unrelated players in the maps. They all pulled up the official forums to discuss the matter. What's going on? Why aren't returned scrolls working in the grieving swamp all of a sudden? This must be Heaven's Burial's doing. I've heard that Heaven's Burial is going all out to hunt Zero Wing's members. The guild has already dispatched over 8,000 expert members, not to mention the elites. It seems Heaven's Burial is finally getting serious. With 8,000 experts, they'll have no issues eliminating Zero Wing. Crap, they're really fighting each other. There's a fight between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing's teams not too far from me right now. Heaven's Burial's 100-man team is amazing. It's completely overwhelming Zero Wing's 100-man team. The public had become interested in Heaven's Burial's hunt. No one had expected the guild to dispatch 8,000 experts to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Even a first-rate guild could, at most, field 3,000 experts. After all, the requirements to be considered an expert player in God's domain had become stricter than ever before. In the past, players would be considered experts once they reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor. But now, players had to reach the 5th floor. Some stricter guilds even required their experts to reach the 5th floor's middle stage. Yet, Heaven's Burial had nearly 3 times more experts than a first-rate guild. Guild leader, we've received a casualty report from Starmoon Kingdom. Daybreak Fog suddenly approached Singular Burial, who commanded the battle before them. Quietly, she said, "Thus far, we've killed 1,809 Zero Wing members." That many? Didn't the battle start less than half an hour ago? Singular Burial nodded, satisfied, upon hearing the report. What about our casualties? Although the direct attacks were far more costly, they could deal a more severe blow to their enemy. Hearing Singular Burial's question, Daybreak Fog's expression darkened as she hesitated. Has something happened? When Singular Burial saw Daybreak Fog's reaction, apprehension welled within him. We've lost 3,237 members thus far. Among them, 923 are expert players, Daybreak Fog said. How is that possible? Singular Burial was dumbfounded when he heard these numbers. Immediately, he demanded, what happened over there? They had sent over 8,000 experts over to Starmoon Kingdom, and Zero Wing only had around 2,000 experts. Even if Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other peak and top-tier experts took action, they could never make up for the massive difference. Chapter 1608, Indiscernible Zero Wing. Chapter 1608, Indiscernible Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog could only shake her head helplessly in response to Singular Burial's question. Even she had been confused when she received the statistics report, wondering if someone had made a mistake when compiling the information. However, although someone could have miscounted the enemy's casualties, how could they do so with their own death counts? In other words, Zero Wing had indeed killed 3,237 of their members in less than half an hour. Moreover, nearly 1/3 were the guild's experts. Has no one discovered the reason behind this yet? Singular Burial growled, his brows twitching slightly in anger. Over 10% of their 8,000 experts had died in less than half an hour. If the other major powers learned that they didn't even know the cause of this grievous loss, they'd become a laughingstock. Unlike guild elites, a guild expended all of its precious resources into nurturing its experts. They were incomparably more valuable than the guild's elite members. A loss of 1 expert was a much larger impact than losing 10 elites. If a first-rate guild suddenly suffered nearly 1,000 expert deaths, the loss would be severe enough to hamper the guild's development. After all, experts were a guild's main combat power when obtaining top-tier equipment and contesting for resource maps. They were also the foundation when competing with other guilds. We still don't have any information, but I've sent people to investigate the matter, Daybreak Fog said as she expressed her frustration over the situation. Just as Singular Burial was about to say something more, he received a call. The caller was none other than Broken Flow, one of the commanders tasked with hunting Zero Wings members. Has something happened? Singular Burial asked, curious about Broken Flow's anxiety. When Singular Burial noticed Broken Flow's current level, he asked in surprise, "How did you lose a level?" Singular Burial clearly remembered Broken Flow being level 50 before they embarked on the mission. Yet now, the Berserker was only level 49. Broken Flow was one of Heaven's Burial's top-ranked experts, and with the level 45 Dark Gold set equipment he wore, he could contend with any of the Super Guild's top-tier experts, yet he had lost a level. Why wouldn't Singular Burial be surprised? I died. Although Broken Flow hesitated, he revealed the truth, and he did so with an incredibly grim expression. You died. Singular Burial was even more shocked. Did you encounter Black Flame or the other experts I warned you about? He had planted over 30 spies in Zero Wing, and although they didn't have access to the guild's core secrets, they could discover its experts' identities. Hence, he knew that only a few people in Zero Wing were capable of killing an expert of Broken Flow's caliber. No, Broken Flow's expression darkened further. No. Then who killed you? Singular Burial demanded. Has Zero Wing received reinforcements from somewhere else? That shouldn't be possible. I haven't heard of any powers lending the guild aid. Zero Wing had formed a close relationship with both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain and the Secret Pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. If these two superpowers helped Zero Wing, he doubted that he could do anything to threaten the guild. The difference between Heaven's Burial's background and the two superpowers was just too massive. Moreover, Heaven's Burial lacked the home ground advantage in Starmoon Kingdom. He had paid close attention to the two superpowers, waiting to see if they would aid Zero Wing or not. However, he hadn't heard any news of either organization helping his enemy. This was one of the reasons that he had dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. One of Zero Wing's expert parties killed me, Broken Flow explained after taking a deep breath. Zero Wing's expert parties? Realization dawned on Singular Burial. There were some capable players among Zero Wing's experts, and if Broken Flow were careless and underestimated them, he might get himself killed. Sighing and shaking his head disapprovingly, he continued, "You are too careless." Well, don't tell me that you only contacted me to tell me this? Broken Flow nodded silently. Seeing Broken Flow's response, Singular Burial felt wrathful flames burn within him. Meanwhile, when Daybreak Fog heard Broken Flow's response from beside her guild leader, she noticed something odd about the Berserker's behavior. He had contacted the guild leader about such a small matter. Did he think that leading a guild was a leisurely job? But before Singular Burial could reprimand Broken Flow, the Berserker shared a battle video in the video chat. Guild leader, I was killed by an expert party from Zero Wing. I don't know how it's possible, but 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, their basic attributes are extremely high. They were even higher than mine, Broken Flow explained. Zero Wing still has 5 Refinement Realm experts we don't know about. How? Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog denied Broken Flow's claims almost simultaneously. Only one out of several hundred players in God's domain could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Among these experts, very few could overcome their limits, achieving extreme control of their bodies and entering the Refinement Realm. Refinement Realm experts were practically VIPs in first-rate guilds right now. Even super guilds struggled to nurture such experts. Whenever a new player reached the Refinement Realm, the various superpowers rushed to recruit them. Yet, Zero Wing had introduced 5 such Refinement Realm experts to the battlefield. No matter how Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog looked at it, Broken Flow's claim sounded more like fantasy than reality. However, by the time they finished watching the battle video, their expressions had turned grim. Indeed, as Broken Flow had said, every one of the 5 melee players from Zero Wing was slightly stronger than the Berserker. If 5 such expert formed a party, said party would wield terrifying killing power. Throughout Heaven's Burial, only Lei Jingyang's forces could likely stand against such a party. As Singular Burial was about to say something, Lightning Blade, the chief MT of Heaven's Burial's main force, contacted him as well. Guild leader, look at this video. Not long ago, I encountered an expert party from Zero Wing with 5 Refinement Realm experts. My team was no match for them, and in the end, only a few of my brothers and I managed to escape. We need to notify everyone right away, and tell them to be careful of this 6-man party. Lightning Blade urgently reported. As they listened to Lightning Blade's report, Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog's expressions darkened further. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. What is going on? Singular Burial was even more confused after watching the battle video Lightning Blade had sent. Daybreak Fog struggled to comprehend the situation as well. Both Broken Flow and Lightning Blade led 100-man expert teams, but their teams operated in different maps. Although the Refinement Realm experts Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered War Black Cloaks, they hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. The Refinement Realm experts in each party were also different classes. It was certain that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered different Zero Wing parties. This proved that Zero Wing had gained an additional 10 Refinement Realm experts. If these experts were split and assigned to 100-man teams, they would pose a huge threat to Heaven's Burial's teams. But as Singular Burial tried to think of a countermeasure for these new Refinement Realm experts, the other commanders began to report back. All of these commanders reported the same situation that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered. Every one of these commanders mentioned a 6-man party from Zero Wing consisting of 5 Refinement Realm experts. Chapter 1609. Heaven's Burial Retreats in Defeat. Chapter 1609. Heaven's Burial Retreats in Defeat. Singular Burial's expression when he finished watching the battle videos a subordinate had sent was indescribably grim. It wouldn't be a major issue if Zero Wing had simply acquired a few more Refinement Realm experts. With Zero Wing's capabilities, it wasn't entirely impossible, but based on the latest reports, Zero Wing had collected 100 new Refinement Realm experts. For a moment, Singular Burial wondered if he were in a dream. He couldn't find it in himself to believe this was true, yet with the battle videos and the large number of casualties Heaven's Burial had suffered thus far, he had all the proof he needed. If Zero Wing had unexpectedly acquired 10 additional Refinement Realm experts, while it would give Singular Burial a headache, he could mitigate the problem by warning his subordinates to be careful during their hunt. However, 100 new Refinement Realm experts was a nightmare, not just a headache. Even now, veteran first-rate guilds only had a handful of Refinement Realm experts. Even Heaven's Burial only had 20 Refinement Realm experts right now. Moreover, this was after recruiting a large number of well-known workshops and expert players and allying with Lei Jingyang's workshop. It was also the reason he dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. Yet now, 100 Refinement Realm experts, whom he had never heard of before, had suddenly emerged in Zero Wing. Why wouldn't he be terrified? Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked, pale after watching the battle videos. They had previously considered the possibility that some superpower would dispatch experts to aid Zero Wing. However, they had never expected Zero Wing to obtain 100 Refinement Realm experts on its own. 100 Refinement Realm experts. Only super guilds and super first-rate guilds could dispatch such a force. She truly couldn't figure out how Zero Wing managed to recruit so many Refinement Realm experts. Or did some hidden superpower they didn't know about back Zero Wing? Regardless of the cause, there was no changing the fact that Heaven's Burial's situation was dire. If the 8,000-plus experts from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater clashed with Zero Wing's 100 Refinement Realm experts, there was no doubt that the former would emerge victorious, but this war focused on guerrilla tactics. The Refinement Realm experts definitely had the advantage. Issue a retreat order immediately. After some hesitation, Singular Burial decided to withdraw his forces and send someone to investigate which superpower is supporting Zero Wing from the shadows. He refused to believe that Zero Wing had nurtured 100 Refinement Realm experts on its own. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had the secret support of some superpower. Understood. Daybreak Fog went into action and began to notify the teams in the hunting operation to withdraw. Shortly after she issued the command, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members in the 4 high-resource maps began to pull out. Meanwhile, News of Heaven's Burial's retreat quickly spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. What's going on with Heaven's Burial? Why are they retreating so soon after starting the war? I have some insider information. From what I've heard, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered severe casualties and had no choice but to order a retreat. How is that possible? Heaven's Burial has over 8,000 experts. Zero Wing would even struggle to cope with such a force, much less defeat it. Heaven's Burial's sudden retreat baffled everyone. In fact, the public wasn't alone in its confusion. Starmoon Kingdom's various powers were just as confused. They had planned to take advantage of the situation to strike at Zero Wing as well, yet Heaven's Burial had been defeated. Look into this matter immediately. I want to know exactly what happened. The various major powers simply could not fathom what had transpired between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had dispatched over 8,000 experts and several tens of thousands of elites. It was even enough of a force to threaten a superpower, yet this force had lost. Moreover, it had been a decisive defeat. Meanwhile, far from Starmoon Kingdom, in a guild town surrounded by mountains. Uncle Yuan, your guess was wrong. We've just received news that Heaven's Burial's hunt has failed. Moreover, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered significant losses. Nearly 1,000 of its experts were killed, Purple Jade said, smiling as she entered the room. Heaven's Burial has been defeated? How is this possible? Yuan Tiexin, who dealt with all sorts of documents on his desk, was astonished when he heard Purple Jade's announcements. Did Phoenix Rain send help? He was very familiar with the force Heaven's Burial had dispatched to deal with Zero Wing. The force had as many as 18 refinement realms, and Lei Jingyang led his legion of battle maniacs personally. Heaven's Burial shouldn't have any fewer top-tier experts than Zero Wing. Furthermore, the guild surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds in the number of its ordinary experts. Even if Black Flame and Zero Wing's peak experts join the fray, they shouldn't be able to affect the outcome overmuch. In the end, Heaven's Burial would wear down Zero Wing until it crumbled. No, Phoenix Rain hasn't sent them any reinforcements, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Based on what we've learned from Heaven's Burial's internal department, the guild has retreated due to Zero Wing's sudden dispatch of an additional 100 Refinement Realm experts. Not only do these Refinement Realm experts have incredible basic attributes, but their coordination is seamless. These Zero Wing experts have claimed the lives of many of Heaven's Burial's own Refinement Realm experts. 100 Refinement Realm experts? Yuan Tiexin abruptly stood. For a moment, he even thought he had heard wrong. Are you sure Zero Wing has obtained 100 Refinement Realm experts? I'm very sure. I even have a few battle videos to prove it. Purple Jade then sent the battle videos she had received to Yuan Tiexin. I've already watched all of them. These Zero Wing Refinement Realm experts are quite powerful. When they work together, they don't even have an issue defeating Flowing Water Realm experts. Have you found out which super guild or super first-rate guild has helped Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin asked after looking through the battle videos. He could tell that these experts were extraordinary. They had no blind spots whatsoever. They could even block ranged attacks, which was difficult for ordinary Refinement Realm experts. When they cooperated, they moved as if they shared a single body. Ordinary Refinement Realm experts couldn't compare to these players. I did. We haven't found any news of a super guild or super first-rate guild mobilizing so many Refinement Realm experts. It's almost as if these experts had just joined God's domain, Purple Jade reported seriously. I've also had some of our people compare these Refinement Realm experts' appearances to the images we have of Zero Wing's members. And, Yuan Tiexin asked hurriedly, 100 Refinement Realm experts were no trivial matter. Even superpowers like the Secret Pavilion would have to take such a force seriously. There's no doubt, these Refinement Realm experts were already Zero Wing members, Purple Jade said, her voice softening as even she struggled to believe it. They're all Zero Wing's members? How is that possible? Yuan Tiexin stared at Purple Jade incredulously. Have we made some mistake? Chapter 1610 Shock. Chapter 1610 Shock. Yuan Tiexin couldn't believe what Purple Jade had just told him. Even the Secret Pavilion struggled to nurture Refinement Realm experts. Before becoming a Refinement Realm expert in the Secret Pavilion, The guild's experts had to pass a series of stringent tests and a significant amount of training. Most people in the virtual gaming world couldn't even fathom the effort, talent, and resources required to become a refinement realm expert. Although God's Domain's unique nature made it easier for players to reach the refinement realm, these players were still exceedingly rare. They were also considerably famous in God's Domain. Zero Wing had only established a few months ago, and even if it had the support of some super guild or major corporation, it wasn't capable of nurturing so many refinement realm experts. There are no mistakes. All of those players are members of the Dark Gods Legion. I also read through the information we have on these players before I came here. Their combat standards were average at best before today. But for some reason, they've become frighteningly powerful, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Honestly, she couldn't believe this either. However, she had no choice but to acknowledge that Zero Wing had more than 100 refinement realm experts after facing the facts before her. To think Zero Wing has hidden so much of its strength, suddenly, Yuan Tiexin realized why Shifeng's reaction had been so calm when he learned that the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple had activated. Jade, notify our subordinates and tell them to learn everything they can about this situation. We must learn who has backed Zero Wing. Any superpower that could nurture 100 refinement realm experts so quickly was definitely extraordinary. Not even most ordinary super guilds were capable of such a feat, and the secret pavilion hadn't heard of a superpower that could. When Yuan Tiexin thought about it, a sliver of fear penetrated his heart. Although he knew that God's Domain's waters were deep, he didn't realize how deep. They had already learned of quite a few guilds, which had only established after God's Domain had launched, that had the support of powerful corporations. And now there was even an organization like Zero Wing. God's Domain was practically a bottomless swamp, with various powers hiding in its muck. The secret pavilion wasn't the only superpower to discover this. Many of God's Domain's superpowers had learned about Zero Wing's sudden development. After this, they all started to see Zero Wing in a new light. Although Zero Wing still had a low member count and lacked in many aspects compared to first-rate guilds, the fact that it had nurtured over 100 refinement realm experts made it far more powerful than first-rate guilds. Zero Wing had a high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild and one of God's Domain's overlords in the future. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, Galaxy Past read the report he had just received from the secret pavilion in his spacious guild leader's office. When he finished with the report, his mind went blank. Guild leader, has something happened? Purple Eye asked, curious about Galaxy Past's strange expression. Zero Wing truly is an endless abyss. If Heaven's Burial hadn't mobilized such a large force, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds would still be clueless about Zero Wing's true strength, Galaxy Past said, smiling bitterly as he forwarded the secret pavilion's report to Purple Eye. 100 refinement realm experts. Zero Wing must have been laughing at us while we made fools of ourselves. This 100 refinement realm experts? Purple Eye's jaw dropped as she read the report. She wasn't as ignorant as she had been in the past, and she was very familiar with the power of a refinement realm expert. Although she acknowledged her own talent, she still couldn't cross the final threshold and reach the refinement realm, even with the secret pavilion's help. Yet, Zero Wing had just revealed 100 refinement realm experts. And to think that the Star Alliance had actually worked with other guilds to take down Zero Wing in the past. Had Zero Wing utilized its true power back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Purple Eye finally realized why her rival, Gentle Snow, had chosen to join an upstart guild like Zero Wing. Sea of Death, Thunder Island. 100 refinement realm experts? Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words after reading the report. The fact that Shifeng and Zero Wing's experts had helped her secure a portion of Thunder Island's control was already incredible, and now, the guild had just revealed that it had over 100 refinement realm experts. Although Zero Wing had nowhere near as many refinement realm experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a contingent of 100 refinement realm experts could still pose a threat to her and Nine Dragons Emperor. If Nine Dragons Emperor had known that this upstart guild had such a background, he would never have tried to stop it out. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. What? Heaven's Burial retreated. What happened? Curiosity ravaged Gentle Snow when she heard Zhao Yueru's report. If Shifeng hadn't assured her that her people weren't necessary for the situation in Starmoon Kingdom, she would have returned with all of her spare forces long ago. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts, including a few Refinement Realm experts. Without utilizing the guild's full power, defeating such a force would be nearly impossible. Yet, less than an hour after Heaven's Burial had attacked directly, the guild had ordered a retreat. I've heard that it's due to various six-man parties from the Dark Gods Legion. These Dark Gods parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's 100-man expert teams. In less than half an hour, they killed nearly 1,000 guild experts. In contrast, none of our party members have died, Zhao Yueru explained. They've even killed quite a few of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's Refinement Realm experts. A six-man party of Dark Gods Legion members defeated a 100-man expert team from Heaven's Burial? For a time, Gentle Snow couldn't process the information. She knew just how powerful the Dark Gods Legion members were. Even the strongest among them had only reached the half-step Refinement Realm standard. Even 6 of these players would be lucky to defeat a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial. After all, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no noobs. They were all experts that had experienced numerous life-or-death battles. Yet, these Dark Gods Legion members had defeated 100-man expert teams with as few as 6 players. To Gentle Snow, this sounded like a fantasy. That's right. Everyone in the guild has been talking about it. I've watched the battle videos as well. Those Dark Gods parties are quite powerful. If not for my promotion to Tier 2, they might even be able to defeat me. Zhao Yueru nodded. I never realized that our guild had hidden such strength all this time. The Black Dragon Empire's first-rate guilds will have to think twice before turning against us. Zero Wing had lacked experts that could turn the tide of battle in the past, and because of that, the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds hadn't been afraid of striking against their guild. This was especially true for the guild's 9 dragons Emperor secretly backed. However, now that the public knew that the Dark Gods Legion had such powerful members, even the Empire's various first-rate guilds would have to tread lightly when dealing with Zero Wing. While everyone raised a commotion over the defeat of Heaven's Burial's army, Aqua Rose relayed the shocking news to Shifeng, who had long since left Starmoon Kingdom. Guild leader, what kind of magic did you use? How did you make all of these people so strong? Every one of them feels like they can take on a Refinement Realm expert of the same level right now, Aqua Rose asked curiously. She was quite familiar with the prowess of the Dark Gods members she had sent Shifeng, yet these players had grown so much stronger in the several hours since she had last seen them. If Shifeng claimed that he had nothing to do with it, she wouldn't believe him. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Magic. When Shifeng saw Aqua Rose's excitement, he smiled and said, I don't know any magic. I merely gave each of them a piece of equipment. A piece of equipment? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion. How has a piece of equipment made such a huge difference? Weapons and equipment only improved a player's basic attributes. While the Dark Gods party's basic attributes had risen since she had seen them last, the improvement to their combat standards was the key difference. They never would have been able to defeat a 100-man expert team with just a boost to their basic attributes. Here, you'll understand once you take a look. Shifeng then shared the Conqueror's armor's attributes with Aqua Rose. As Aqua Rose was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons, he had no reason to hide the armor from her. Besides, as players reached higher levels, it'd only be a matter of time before the various large guilds learned about battle arrays. He had only had the Dark Gods members sign a confidentiality contract to hide the information from the various large guilds for as long as he could, but it was impossible to hide the battle arrays from the public forever. When Aqua Rose read the armor's information, she was dazed. She had never thought that God's domain had equipment like this. Not only did the Conqueror's armor improve its wearer's basic attributes, but it also allowed them to share their perception with other players wearing the armor. It could basically enhance players' perception range by a large margin, allowing these players to reach a simplified version of the Void Realm. Although ordinary experts wearing the Conqueror's armor still wouldn't be able to control their bodies, as well as Refinement Realm experts, their overall combat standards wouldn't be any weaker than an actual Refinement Realm expert with the enhanced perception. Guild leader, Where did you obtain so many pieces of this armor? Aqua Rose inquired. How could ordinary equipment possibly compare to such powerful battle array equipment? The Conqueror's armor offered even greater benefits than ordinary epic equipment. It had to be incredibly rare, yet Shifeng had given these chest pieces to 100 Dark Gods Legion members. I made them, Shifeng answered truthfully. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, Aqua Rose was at a loss. If Shifeng had said that he had been grinding and collected the armor during his long disappearance, she might be able to believe him, yet Shifeng claimed to have made all of the chest pieces. Her mind simply could not process the statement. With 5 pieces of Conqueror's armor, one could nurture 5 Refinement Realm experts. If they produced 1,000 pieces of the Conqueror's armor, they would have a 1,000-man army of Refinement Realm experts. Not even super guilds had such an army. Don't overthink it. I had to deplete the guild stock of rare materials just to craft the 100 pieces. It won't be possible to mass-produce the armor in a short amount of time, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Naturally, he knew what Aqua Rose must have thought. The Conqueror's armor's material cost was only secondary. The crucial issue was acquiring the materials. Although the materials weren't super rare, the various large guilds frequent purchased them. Even if Zero Wing spent a fortune to obtain these items, it could only acquire a limited amount. It definitely wasn't possible to gear an invincible legion with the Conqueror's armor. What a pity. If we had a few hundred more, we could flatten Heaven's Burial, Aqua Rose said, clicking her tongue. She had no idea how greedy she sounded. Several hundred? Shifeng's smile turned bitter. I'll give you a list of the necessary materials, so try to purchase as many as you can in secret. Once we have the materials, I'll try to forge as many as I can. I understand. Aqua Rose nodded eagerly, her eyes glowing with excitement. But guild leader, what should we do next? Although Heaven's Burial has retreated, the bounty is still in place. We really can't afford to let this situation continue. Although Heaven's Burial's forces had retreated, the high bounty it had offered still tempted many unrelated players to attack Zero Wing's members. Even though Zero Wing now had the Dark Gods parties, there was a limit to how much Area 20 parties could cover. They couldn't limit the Dark Gods parties to patrols, either, as it would severely impact their leveling speed. Heaven's Burial sure gave up quickly. Shifeng was slightly disappointed when he read the statistics report Aqua Rose had sent. He had assumed that Heaven's Burial and Blackwater would continue to clash with Zero Wing, relying on their numeric advantage. He hadn't expected Heaven's Burial to retreat so decisively. He had only managed to wear the enemy guild down slightly. However, Shifeng could understand their decision after giving the matter some thought. If one had sufficient understanding of Refinement Realm experts, they'd realize what kind of prowess 100 Refinement Realm experts could wield in guerrilla warfare. Moreover, these 100 experts were concentrated in a few maps. This was also why the various large guilds were so afraid of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Ordinary players, elite players, and ordinary expert players. With enough money, a guild could recruit and nurture as many of these players as they wanted, but it was a slightly different story when it came to Refinement Realm experts and those who were stronger. Guilds couldn't necessarily recruit such experts just because it had the money to throw at them. Moreover, there was a qualitative difference between the power of a Refinement Realm expert and the power of an ordinary expert. Even in equipment with similar attributes, there would be a massive difference between the combat power Refinement Realm experts could display and that of ordinary experts. Without an overwhelming basic attribute advantage, several, maybe more than a dozen, ordinary experts would need to work together to take down a Refinement Realm expert. This granted Refinement Realm experts a massive advantage in field battles. Normally, guilds could only cope with these experts' ambushes by dispatching their own Refinement Realm experts or organizing their players into large groups. However, it wasn't feasible to send its members out in teams of hundreds or thousands, as it would negatively impact their acquisition of EXP and equipment. Not even well-funded guilds would survive long if 100 experts interfered with thousands of its members' development. This was precisely why super first-rate and super guilds had maintained a solid footing in the virtual gaming world for so many years, finding it beneath them to bully first-rate and below guilds. Their strength was simply on a different level. Of course, Refinement Realm experts weren't enough to help a guild become an overlord in the virtual gaming world. Guilds also needed a large number of members to help with other tasks, such as occupying territory and harvesting resources. Since Heaven's Burial has retreated, we'll take the fight to them. It's about time we show Heaven's Burial that it's not the only power that can hunt players, Shifeng decided after giving the matter some thought. Notify Fire Dance and the others. Have them lead the Dark Gods parties to the Orc Empire and teach Heaven's Burial's members what it feels like to be prey. I want to see which of our guilds lasts until the very end. Due to its lack of experts, Zero Wing had only been able to defend against Heaven's Burial's brutal assaults, but now that it had the Dark Gods parties, it had no reason to hold back against its enemy. In his previous life, many super guilds and super first-rate guilds had often used this tactic, hindering a large group's development by sending small parties of refinement realm experts, when they wanted to avoid wasting resources to deal with troublesome guilds. He didn't mind testing this tactic on Heaven's Burial. All right, I'll let them know. Aqua Rose's excitement built when she heard Shifeng's order. They had taken a one-sided beating from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater for too long now. They hadn't been able to counterattack, which made them all feel powerless. They simply hadn't had enough experts to put up a fight. If they had sent ordinary experts into Heaven's Burial's territory, they'd send their people to the slaughter, rather than damage their enemy. Now that they had an additional 100 Refinement Realm experts, their ability to retaliate had increased several-fold, even if they couldn't deal any lasting damage to Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1612, Insane Guild. Chapter 1612, Insane Guild. After Shifeng had given Aqua Rose his commands, he disconnected the call and contacted Melancholic Smile. He had Melancholic Smile post an announcement on the official forums for Zero Wing, stating that the guild had doubled the bounty on Heaven's Burial's members once more. The bounty for killing a normal member had already risen to 40 silver, but they had just raised it to 80 silver. The bounty on elite members had also risen from 2 gold to 4 gold per kill, while the bounty on Heaven's Burial's expert players had risen from 20 gold to 40 gold. Moreover, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile use a provocative title for the forum post. Heaven's Burial, do you dare to face us? Now, players could instantly earn enough money to purchase a common mount from NPCs just by killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts. Even if they already had their own mount, they could afford an ordinary piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Even expert players found the remuneration incredibly tempting. Even the expert players that broke their back to earn money couldn't earn 20 gold in a single day. Moreover, as long as they killed one of Heaven's Burial's experts, even their death would be a worthwhile exchange. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Melancholic Smile's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when Shifeng told her to double their bounties on Heaven's Burial. Where is our guild supposed to find that much money? If they posted this new bounty, it would definitely inspire a lot of expert players to kill Heaven's Burial's members, and the number of bounties Zero Wing would have to pay out would be no laughing matter. With Zero Wing's current income, it simply couldn't support such a high bounty. Doubling the bounty was a self-destructive move, and Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Relax. I'll figure out a source. If we really can't afford to pay, sell a portion of the weapons and equipment the Dark Gods party obtained, Shifeng said. The current bounty was quite a burden on Zero Wing, but it was only a small annoyance to Heaven's Burial. At this rate, Zero Wing's situation would only become more disadvantageous. Unfortunately, since there were too few of them, the Dark Gods parties weren't enough to deal a severe blow to Heaven's Burial, regardless of how many members they hunted down. Fortunately, the Dark Gods parties had reaped quite a harvest for the guild during its hunt. They had collected over 400 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, over 700 pieces of level 45 fine gold equipment, and over 2,000 pieces of level 45 secret silver equipment. All of the equipment should be enough to help Zero Wing hold on for quite some time. Moreover, he had already dispatched the Dark Gods parties to the Orc Empire. If a large number of players joined the hunt for Heaven's Burial members, it would ease the burden on the Dark Gods parties. In turn, the Dark Gods parties could obtain more weapons and equipment. Aside from these factors, if they secured the mana or vein, Zero Wing would have another massive revenue source. All of the various large guilds urgently needed mana ore, and as a result, the market price had risen to a staggering 1 gold 20 silver. Originally, The ore had only been worth around 40 silver. Meanwhile, the Boneless land was rich in mana Oregon. It would not be difficult to acquire a large amount of mana Oregon. I understand. Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly in response to Shifeng's command. Although she was confident in Shifeng's abilities, she still could not help but feel that his decision was a little too crazy this time. Following which, Melancholic Smile published the new bounties on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Star Moon Kingdom's players went mad over the news. All hail Zero Wing. How rich? Is this Zero Wing's true power? Crap. Is Zero Wing for real? 40 gold coins just for killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts. With this much money, Heaven's Burial's experts might kill themselves to claim their own bounties from Zero Wing. This is insane. Zero Wing has truly gone insane. Even top-tier experts would be tempted by this price. This won't do. I need to form a team to grind Heaven's Burial's members. Who wants to team up? Amazing. Zero Wing is really bold to pull such a stunt. Heaven's Burial is in for some pain. Heaven's Burial must have gone too far when it provoked Zero Wing this time. Even if the guild destroys Zero Wing, they're going to suffer for it. When everyone saw that Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Heaven's Burial's members. At the same time, they were shocked by Zero Wing's generosity. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. As the only guild city in the Orc Empire's inner region, a constant stream of players visited the city each day. Not even Kingdom's major NPC cities could compete with Ancient Rock City's player population. Although the city was extremely lively, silence dominated the meeting room in Heaven's Burial's residence. Despite the guild's upper echelons filling the room, no one made a sound as they stared at Singular Burial with somber expressions. Due to the previous hunting war, Heaven's Burial had lost a significant amount of equipment, and a large number of their experts had been killed. However, that wasn't enough to warrant a meeting of this scale. They had gathered in this meeting room due to Zero Wing's latest announcement. Because of that announcement, Heaven's Burial had suffered more casualties than ever before. Lunatics. Everyone from Zero Wing is a lunatic. Singular Burial's brows twitched uncontrollably when he read Heaven's Burial's latest casualty report. Less than half an hour since Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties, far more than it had during the hunting war. Thus far, the guild's loss was already worth roughly 8,000 gold. Of course, Zero Wing hadn't gotten off easy, either, since it had to pay at least 10,000 gold in bounties. If this continued, Heaven's Burial wouldn't last long even with Blackwater's investments and Ancient Rock City's income. Guild leader, based on our reports, part of the reason that our casualty count is so high is that Zero Wing's Dark Gods parties have begun to operate in the Orc Empire. Although we've sent our forces to hunt them down, they are moving too quickly. We haven't been able to catch them. Rather, the tables have turned on quite a few of the teams we sent out to hunt down these Dark Gods parties, Daybreak Fog reported. The guild's morale is incredibly low, and some elite members have begun to withdraw from the guild. Zero Wing. Black Flame. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth as he glared at the report in his hands. Since that is how you want to play it, I want to see which of us can last until the end. He truly hadn't thought that this war would develop to this point. Zero Wing's actions had also forced Heaven's Burial to raise its bounties correspondingly. The increased bounties added yet another significant expenditure for the guild. Now, they were forced to spend the funds they had saved for Ancient Rock City's development. However, Singular Burial was still confident that his guild's foundations were sturdier than Zero Wing's. He refused to believe that Heaven's Burial couldn't outcompete Zero Wing with the full support of Blackwater and the income from Ancient Rock City. Elsewhere, Shifeng had finally reached the Boneless land with Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples. As the group arrived, they found themselves in a dusky, foggy area. They also felt an oppressive weight bear down on them, making their thoughts sluggish. Moreover, they felt an indescribably dangerous feeling from their surroundings, as if they'd die if they took a wrong step. Hidden among the fog, these players faintly saw the towering walls of a town some distance away. What's going on? Why is there a town here? Shifeng was confused when he noticed the distant town. He was very familiar with the Boneless land, clearly remembering that it was home to demonic creatures. No NPC town should be able to survive here. The map should be a barren wasteland. Other creatures shouldn't be able to survive in the Boneless land, not to mention human buildings. Chapter 1613, Mystery of the Boneless Land. Chapter 1613, Mystery of the Boneless Land. Naturally, Sherfong was curious about the mysterious town, and he immediately led his team towards it. This NPC town hadn't existed during his previous life. In fact, he had never even heard of an NPC town in the Boneless Land. The various guilds would never have spent so much effort to construct guild towns here in the past had this map had an NPC town. After all, the Boneless Land was not a high-resource map. Its only benefit was its high drop rate of mana Oregon. God's Domain had quite a few high-resource maps that spawned large quantities of mana ore. The Boneless Land wasn't unique in this aspect. Furthermore, due to the Boneless Land's special environment, very few players had been willing to come here. Among the guilds that had set their sights on the Boneless Land, none had been a superpower. The strongest guild had only been a first-rate guild. These guilds had only bothered to build a guild town to ensure that their members had somewhere to rest and recover their spent stamina and concentration. A mysterious fog shrouded the Boneless Land all year round, and any player that entered the map would have to endure several times the normal stamina and concentration consumption rates. The consumption rates were so high that players' stamina and concentration would decrease, even if they stood there and did nothing. Players simply couldn't survive in the Boneless Land for long periods. And players could only recover their stamina and concentration by resting in a hotel or guild hall. Moreover, unlike in other locations where players would be immobilized if they ran out of stamina or concentration, players would die if they ran out in the Boneless Land. Because of this, Sherfong had only intended to visit the Boneless Land after he acquired the Guild Magic Car. The Guild Magic Car was like a mobile hotel. With it, players could stay and mine mana or in the Boneless Land as long as they needed to. If not for Zero Wing's urgent need for mana ore and its increasing prices, Sherfong wouldn't have bothered to visit this area. As Sherfeng's group inched closer to the fog-shrouded town, the pressure they felt increased. Their movements became stiff and sluggish, and they could feel a horrific power radiating from the town, their instincts screaming at them to avoid it. What an amazing town! Sherfong was astonished when he finally got a clear view of the town. He was a level 63, Tier 2 player, and very few things in the Boneless Land could threaten his life. The Boneless Land was, after all, a level 60 to level 80 map. It might be a dangerous map for other players at this stage of the game, but its difficulty was perfect for him. Moreover, the Boneless Land was a barren wasteland, without forests or canyons. Despite the dense fog, visibility in the map was considerably good. One could easily spot roaming monsters from a long distance away. Guild Leader, there are a lot of monsters moving outside the town ahead. It looks like there are several thousands of them, a level 32 ranger, who used eagle eyes to scout the town's surroundings, reported. The other team members couldn't help but tense when they heard the ranger. Although they had the combat standards of an expert, they were all still below level 40, yet the monsters here were all level 60 and above. With such a huge level difference, a handful of monsters would be more than enough to annihilate their team of several hundred. If not for Sherfeng's presence, they would have likely turned tail and run by now. Why wouldn't they be worried after learning that thousands of level 60-plus monsters awaited them ahead? Although their levels were low, they'd still need a considerable amount of time to recover the lost EXP if they died. Several thousand monsters? Sherfong was slightly surprised. Why are there so many? Monsters in the Boneless Land generally moved in groups of dozens. Very rarely would more than 100 gather in a single location. Meanwhile, any group of over 100 demonic creatures would certainly be led by a great lord. Even Tier 2 expert players would try to avoid such a high-ranked monster. As a demonic creature dwelling, all sorts of demonic creatures lived in the Boneless Land. Unlike ordinary field monsters, demonic creatures had much higher combat standards. Even the weakest among them would be able to reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Ordinary players could only reach the Trial Tower's second and third floor with their combat standards. Meanwhile, demonic creatures also had much higher basic attributes than players of the same level. In other words, a Tier 2 ordinary player would be no match for a Tier 2 Lord-ranked demonic creature of the same level. Only Tier 2 expert players had any hope, yet even these experts would flee from a Tier 3 Great Lord-ranked demonic creature. Tier 2 experts would have to form a party to take one down. And now, thousands of demonic creatures had gathered around the town ahead of them. Guild leader, are we still going to the town? Yu Zipping, who had already reached level 37, asked worriedly. When Yu Zipping saw the screenshot the ranger had shared, littered with HP bars, even he, who had reached the trial tower's 6th floor, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom why Shifeng had brought them here. If these demonic creatures accidentally discovered them, Shifeng might be able to get away, but the rest of them would be slaughtered. Let's head over and take a look, Shifeng said after giving the matter some more thought. He had found an NPC town he had never heard of in the Boneless land. It'd be a waste not to investigate. If they could use the town as a resting point, it would save him a lot of trouble. Following which, Shifeng's team members had no choice but to grit their teeth as they followed him to the town. When the team reached a small slope not far from the town and caught sight of the large number of demonic creatures around it, they were dumbfounded. Although they had experienced their fair share of life-or-death battles, their hearts began to pound with fear when they saw the demonic creatures ahead of them. This was especially true when they saw the gigantic demonic snake, which was over 1,000 meters long, guarding the town's main entrance. The snake's head alone was the size of a 5-story tall building. With a single breath, this serpent could create a powerful hurricane. Even from so far away, these players could feel the snake's breath push their skin. How does God's domain have such a creature? Is that really a monster? As these players stared at the massive snake, fear and despair welled within them. They felt powerless, paralyzed by their fear. As they watched the demonic snake, they felt how insignificant humans truly were for the first time in their lives. Even running from the demonic snake would require a certain amount of courage, much less fighting it. Two-headed bird monster, demonic creature, chieftain. Level 62. HP 7000000/7000000. Demonic flame hound, demonic creature, lord. Level 64. HP 15, 500,000/15, 500,000. Three-headed hellhound, demonic creature, great lord. Level 65. HP 34,000,000/34,000,000. Purgatory serpent, archaic species, demonic creature, grand lord. Level 70. HP 160,000,000/160,000,000. However, unlike his teammates, who were shocked by the Purgatory Serpent and its demonic creature companions, Shifeng was surprised by the town beyond the Grand Lord. The town wasn't an NPC town at all. It was mining site, operated by demons. A large number of demons patrolled the town's walls, and inside the town, even more demonkin descended into and emerged from a massive hole in the town's center. This massive hole seemed like a bottomless abyss, and Shifeng could feel a heart-wrenching aura radiating from it. Meanwhile, among the various ores the demonkin lifted out of the hole, Shifeng spotted the precious mana Oregon. Chapter 1614, Leveling Holy Land. Chapter 1614, Leveling Holy Land. A demon-operated mineral field. Shifeng was flabbergasted as he stared at the massive hole in the center of the town. He had never realized that the Boneless land had a mineral field, and such a large one at that. Based on the size of the mineral field, Shifeng estimated that it was a medium mineral field. He had never heard of anything like this in the past. If people had known that the Boneless land had a medium mineral field, even super guilds would fight over it, not to mention first-rate guilds. In God's domain, mineral fields were categorized by size. First, there were small mineral fields, like the one in Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. Small mineral fields had very small ore veins, and generally, 100 players and a full day were all one would need to mine a small mineral field dry for a single cycle. Even so, small mineral fields were extremely valuable. At the very least, a guild wouldn't lack the types of or the mineral fields spawned. The veins in medium mineral fields were slightly larger, requiring 300 players and a full day to mine the veins dry for a cycle. As for large mineral fields, a guild would need to put 1,000 players to work for a full day to drain the veins. Large mineral fields were gold mines, and any guild that owned one could make a fortune from it. While small mineral fields in God's domain were common, medium fields were extremely rare, and large mineral fields were as unique as a phoenix's feather. In the past, the various superpowers had fought over every medium and large mineral field they had found, even those that spawned common ores, such as iron Oregon. Meanwhile, the mineral field Shurfeng stared at now clearly had more than low-end or veins. Based on the ores the Demunkans carted out, Shurfeng knew that the mineral field housed an ancient bronze vein. Ancient bronze, ore was not common in God's domain. However, demand for ancient bronze, ore wasn't particularly high among players. This was because there weren't nearly enough ways to use ancient bronze Oregon. Despite its rarity, it wasn't worth much. However, Eternium ore, a byproduct of mining ancient bronze ore, was highly sought after by forging players. Magisteel ingots produced with Eternium ore were extremely useful when forging. Not only could the ingots improving one's forging success rate, but they could also slightly enhance the crafted weapons and equipment's attributes. Of course, Magisteel ingots could only boost an item's rank to a maximum of fine gold rank. Even so, countless forgers sought the tool. Level 50 plus fine gold equipment was still incredibly difficult to obtain, and after level 50, most elite players could only equip secret silver equipment and below. Past level 50, elite players would normally be equipped in secret silver equipment and below only. Hence, Magisteel ingots had a considerable market. In the past, Magisteel ingot had sold for 2 gold per piece, yet plenty of players still fought over it. If one could lay claim to this medium mineral field, they could make a fortune with the mined Eternium Oregon. Considering the situation, Shurfeng couldn't help but harbor thoughts of capturing this mineral field. Although he didn't know why a mineral field had suddenly spawned in the Boneless land, he was sure that this was a golden opportunity. Setting the Eternium ore aside, he could earn a fortune with the steady supply of mana ore this mineral field could provide. The only problem now was how to go about capturing the mineral field. There were easily several thousand monsters stationed around the town's main entrance, and even more in the town's surroundings. In addition, the monsters inside the town were even more powerful. The town's demon supervisors were all great lords, and these were only the monsters on the surface. The town's true guardians were likely far stronger. Guild leader, a monster patrol is moving our way. We need to hurry and leave this place, the scouting ranger reported nervously as he watched the red dots on the system map. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. The monster patrols were a secondary issue. The main problem was the purgatory serpent sleeping by the town's main entrance. This was the first time any of them had seen such a large monster since joining God's domain. Its aura was so strong that they even struggled to breathe. The consequences would be unimaginable if they fought the monster patrols and accidentally attracted the purgatory serpent's attention. None of them wanted to stay here for a moment longer. A patrol squad? When Shurfeng saw the red dots on his system map, he suddenly smiled and said, "This is a good thing. For now, we'll level up here." Level up here? Everyone turned towards their guild leader in confusion. Trying to grind and level up in such a place was suicidal. However, none of them realized that Shurfeng's true goal was the demon's mineral field. Leveling up would simply be a side benefit. In Shurfeng's opinion, they first had to defeat the monsters around the town. Otherwise, these monsters would rush to aid the guardian boss in the town as soon as they began the battle. If that happened, they would definitely team wipe. Shurfeng had been pondering a way to lure the surrounding monsters in small numbers, but it seemed that the monsters had solved that problem for him. The approaching patrol squad had less than 100 monsters, led by a hill-sized, great lord-ranked 3-headed hellhound. Immediately, Shurfeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and used demon summoning. Naturally, he had a reason for daring to lead a bunch of low-level players to the Boneless land. If it were any other location, it'd likely be impossible for Shurfeng to protect so many players by himself. But the Boneless land was home to demonic creatures. To these monsters, the Bible of Darkness was like an Achilles heel. Here, the Bible of Darkness could display its full potential. After Shurfeng summoned a level 78, Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon, he directed the demon to charge at the approaching patrol squad. Although one level 78, Tier 3 Demon wasn't enough to take out nearly 100 level 60 plus demonic creatures, it could distract them for a short period. Furthermore, Demon Ruler's passive effect increased demonic creatures' attributes under Shifeng's command by 30%, while also weakening enemy demonic creatures' basic attributes by 30%. In moments, the Tomahawk Demon slaughtered the patrol squad's weaker monsters. At the same time, its HP continued to decrease. In the meantime, Shifeng wasn't idle as he tried to use the Demon Ruler's active effect, granting him temporary control of up to 3 demonic creatures on the 3-headed Hellhound. Failure. Sure enough, it won't be that easy. The outcome of his attempts to control the Hellhound didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. After all, the skill only had a low success rate of 10%. Fortunately, he had the Tomahawk Demon to occupy the patrol squad. Demon Ruler's active effect could only be used once every 5 minutes. A congratulatory prompt only popped up in his notification window after Shifeng's 6th attempt. System, congratulations. You have taken control of the 3-headed Hellhound. You have 2 hours of control. As Shifeng took control of the 3-headed Hellhound, thanks to Demon Ruler's passive effect, the Hellhound's basic attributes rose by 30%. Its HP also increased from 34 million to 44,200,000. With control of the 3-headed Hellhound, Shifeng had a much easier time defeating the remaining monsters in the patrol squad. When the Hellhound and Tomahawk Demon worked together, they made quick work of the Lord-ranked demonic flame hounds. After the first level 64 demonic flame hound died, Shifeng noticed that his experience bar had risen by a small, but noticeable amount. He hadn't expected the abundant EXP. The demonic flame hound had granted at least 3 times more EXP than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. The awarded EXP also surprised the members of his team. They had never thought that they'd receive so much. Moreover, this was only the EXP from one level 64 Lord. In the end, Shifeng had eliminated the patrol squad within an hour. Many of his players had gained an additional level during that time. Their leveling speed was just staggering. Chapter 1615, Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1615, Primordial Divine Ruin. Our guild leader is so awesome. The players from Zero Wing gazed at the monster corpses before them and the abundant EXP they had received with glowing, excited eyes. At this point, they had completely forgotten about their prior fear and worry. When they had first noticed the approaching patrol squad, they had thought that they were dead for sure. Not only were the squad's demonic creatures above level 60, but the weakest among them was a chieftain. However, as they watched Shifeng summon a level 73, Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon and take control of the level 65 Great Lord-ranked 3-headed Hellhound, they were dumbfounded. They had never heard of any player being capable of such a feat. Great Lord-ranked monsters generally served as final bosses in team dungeons. They were extremely difficult to defeat, not to mention control. With 2 Great Lord-ranked monsters to assist Shifeng in battle, eliminating all of the level 60-plus chieftains and lords became child's play. Furthermore, any of the demonic creatures that came close to Shifeng suffered a decrease to their basic attributes. From time to time, Shifeng had even used powerful AoEs to assist the 2 Great Lords. Shifeng likely wiped this patrol squad out faster than the guild's main force could. However, their leveling speed was even more astonishing. They had never dreamed that it was possible to level up so quickly. They had leveled fast enough when the guild's main force had taken them out to power level, but compared to traveling with Shifeng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In a single hour, they had gained a full level. If other players heard about this, they'd laugh it off as a joke. As expected of the Bible of Darkness. It really is amazing against demonic creatures. Shifeng was somewhat astounded as he glanced at the monster corpses littering the ground before him. The 3-headed Hellhound and Tomahawk Demon were only 1 tier higher than the lords and chieftains, but after the basic attribute buff and debuff, the remaining patrol squad was powerless to retaliate. Following which, Shifeng began to collect the demonic creatures' loot. Although the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased significantly after monsters reached level 50, the demonic creatures in the patrol squad had all been chieftain rank or higher. Hence, their loot was relatively generous. Overall, they had dropped over 20 level 55 and level 60 weapons and pieces of equipment. Most of the items were bronze rank, while a few were mysterious iron rank. The monsters had also dropped plenty of materials and potions. As Shifeng picked up an aqua blue potion bottle, his eyes began to glow. Death potion. The monsters here actually dropped this? Shifeng was elated as he examined the potion. After players reached level 50, they needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, and combat against monsters in the fields became increasingly difficult, making it easier to lose one's life. The various large guilds in the past had struggled to cope with the increased difficulty, and dealing with it gave them all massive headaches. The death potion had been a solution to their problem. When consumed, it halved the death penalty players would suffer. However, the potion was a one-time use item. Once it was consumed, the potion would remain effective until the player died or logged out of the game. Hence, the various large guilds had fiercely contested over the death potion in the past. Unfortunately, the potion had sold for a whopping 5 gold due to its rarity and the fact that it only dropped in certain locations. Even so, it had become a must-have potion when hunting down powerful field bosses. The potion's only downside was that only level 50 and above players could use it. Shifeng had never thought that these demonic creatures would drop such a valuable consumable. Moreover, he had obtained 6 death potions after killing 1 patrol squad with less than 100 monsters. This drop rate was even higher than in the prime farming map he knew about. Excited, Shifeng controlled the 3-headed hellhound and his tomahawk demon to take out another patrol squad. The Bible of Darkness's demon ruler allowed him to control up to a maximum of 3 demonic creatures. Hence, Shifeng continued to use the skill and take control of more 3-headed hellhounds. By the time Shifeng finished with the 3rd patrol squad, he had 3 3-headed hellhounds under his control, and the moment demon summoning's cooldown ended, he summoned another tier 3 demon. With 5 great lord-ranked monsters under his control, Shifeng could slay the demonic creatures far faster. Every one of his teammates was stupefied. After grinding for half a day, he had cleared out most of the demonic creatures around the town. Meanwhile, his team members' levels skyrocketed despite having nearly 700 players on the team. Now, even the lowest level member had reached level 40, while the higher level players had reached level 42. Everyone had now caught up with mainstream players' levels. They only lacked weapons and equipment. Since Shifeng was the main DPS and his companions' levels were much lower, he received the majority of the EXP from the monsters he had killed. However, Shifeng did not rush to level up. Instead, he used the EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring's auras. Ever since evolving the 7 Luminaries Ring to Fragmented Legendary rank, the upgrading each aura required an astonishing amount of EXP. Even he didn't dare to upgrade the carelessly. However, now that his level had exceeded frontline players by a large margin, he wouldn't fall behind if he spent some of his EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring. Without hesitation, Shifeng upgraded the auras of fire, time, and space by 1 level. Now, instead of dealing 1,500% flame damage in a 60-yard radius, the aura of fire's flame domain inflicted 1,800% damage in a 70-yard radius. The skill's cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 5 minutes. As for the aura of time's forbidden domain, its AoE had increased from a 500-yard radius to a 600-yard radius. Its duration was still 30 seconds. The aura of time's space movement had increased from a teleportation distance of 600,000 yards to 700,000 yards, and Spatial Gate's teleportation distance had increased from 300,000 yards to 350,000 yards. Both skills' cooldowns hadn't changed, though Spatial Gate's duration had increased from 1 minute to 1 minute, 20 seconds. Although the skills hadn't undergone qualitative transformations, they had improved various aspects for Shifeng. While he had killed the demonic creatures surrounding the town, Shifeng had also acquired over 600 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, the majority was bronze equipment, with only 50-plus pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In addition, he had obtained 3 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment and 1 piece of level 60 secret silver equipment after he had lost control of the 3-headed hellhounds and killed them. Although Shifeng had secured a lot of equipment, he didn't pay the items much mind. Rather, he was most interested in the 124 bottles of death potion he had obtained. He could either use them for the guild or sell them, and either way he'd benefit. After spending most of the day killing demonic creatures, Shifeng opened a spatial gate and teleported his team to another map to rest. Despite the fact that his team members had simply followed him around the entire time, their stamina and concentration were nearly gone. If they did not leave the Boneless land now, they'd all die here. As Shifeng moved everyone to another map, Aqua Rose contacted, excitement and anxiety written across her face. Guild leader, something new has happened in the Orc Empire. I don't know who triggered it, but a massive tower has suddenly risen in the Empire's outer region. And elves are guarding it. Based on what we've learned thus far, it seems the tower is a primordial divine ruin. Apparently, it contains plenty of treasure and level 50+ top-tier equipment. Some players have even spotted epic treasure chests. Moreover, we've learned from the NPCs there that if we clear the tower, we'll receive a ticket to travel to the primordial battlefield. Players can learn advanced combat techniques there. Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and those from other countries are frantically gathering at the divine ruin. Should we send some of our people over? As Aqua Rose spoke about the primordial divine ruin, her eyes sparkled. Just the fact that players could earn a ticket to the primordial battlefield was enough to tempt any guild or player, not to mention the various treasure and top-tier equipment one could earn in the primordial divine ruin. After all, combat techniques were extremely rare, and players created most of them. Even if a guild had a combat technique, it wouldn't teach its members the technique lightly. Furthermore, the primordial battlefield offered advanced combat techniques. Even if players failed to grasp an advanced combat technique in its entirety, the knowledge they gained during the attempt to learn it would still help them strengthen their combat standards. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity, it would fall behind the other guilds in its development. Furthermore, thanks to Zero Wing's new addition of 100 Refinement Realm experts, the various large guilds had learned how valuable top-tier experts were. Chapter 1616, Skyrocketing Levels. Chapter 1616, Skyrocketing Levels. A primordial divine ruin in the Orc Empire? Shifeng revealed a confused expression when he heard Aqua Rose's words. How is that possible? Shifeng was very familiar with primordial divine ruins. Unlike ordinary ruins and team dungeons, primordial divine ruins tested players' survivability rather than their basic attributes and combat standards. They were similar to regional dungeons, only far more dangerous. But danger and opportunity stood hand in hand. Primordial divine ruins offered far more treasures than elsewhere, and even the loot in super large-scale team dungeons paled in comparison. Combat techniques, in particular, didn't drop in team dungeons. Among the many players that had grasped combat techniques in the past, a large majority had learned their techniques from the primordial battlefield. In fact, 80% of the advanced combat techniques players had learned had originated from the primordial battlefield. Whenever a primordial divine ruin had appeared in God's domain, bloodbaths had followed. Primordial divine ruins were similar to team dungeons, as only a limited number of players could enter the ruins at a time. The number of players allowed to enter the ruins depended on the ruin's size, which could range from several thousand to several tens of thousands. On top of that, primordial divine ruins only opened once a day. Thus, to send as many of their members into the ruin as possible, the various large guilds would try to prevent others from going in. The simplest method was to wipe out any non-allied players in the designated area. If players weren't within the designated area when the primordial divine ruin opened, they wouldn't be allowed in. Of course, if the number of players present in the designated area exceeded the limit, nobody would be allowed into the ruin. It would only open once the player population in the area decreased to the ruin's maximum limit. And the profits one could gain from raiding the primordial divine ruin were extraordinary. The various large guilds had done everything in their power to monopolize the primordial divine ruins in the past. Many had waged war against other guilds over the ruins, and one of these wars had even involved several super guilds. The primordial divine ruins had only begun to spawn after the various large guilds had cleared level 50 super large-scale team dungeons in Shifeng's previous life. He had never expected to find one so soon. Guild leader, based on our current information, Heaven's Burial has turned its focus to this primordial divine ruin. Singular Burial has even led Heaven's Burial's main force and a large number of experts to the ruin personally. By the looks of it, he seems adamant that he will secure the ruin. If we let Heaven's Burials take advantage of this opportunity to learn combat techniques, they'll become a much larger problem for us, Aqua Rose said worriedly. Currently, Zero Wing had an advantage over Heaven's Burial in field combat due to the Conqueror's armor. Although the guild exhausted a lot of its resources each day, Heaven's Burial didn't fare much better. However, if Heaven's Burial obtained a large number of combat techniques and successfully nurtured Refinement Realm Expert, the situation between their guilds would change very quickly. Moreover, one could obtain plenty of level 50+ top-tier equipment from the Primordial Divine Ruin, with no lack of level 50 fine gold equipment. Usually, these items only dropped in 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, yet they were common in the Primordial Divine Ruins. In fact, the ruin would even drop level 50 dark gold equipment. Although many Superpowers members had already reached level 50, most of them were a combination of level 45 and level 50 equipment. Zero Wing was no exception. If a guild could gear its level 50 members in sets of level 50 top-tier equipment, it could increase its overall combat strength. No, ignore the Primordial Divine Ruin for now. Instead, start raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons and improve everyone's equipment. Also, have our members challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests if they can, Shifeng said, shaking his head and rejecting Aqua Rose's suggestion. We're not going to take part in the competition. Aqua Rose frowned, confused about Shifeng's decision. The Primordial Divine Ruin was a shortcut that allowed players to obtain level 50 top-tier equipment quickly. Yet Shifeng had decided to forego this opportunity, focusing on raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons for the equipment instead. If they did this, Heaven's Burial's members would definitely have better equipment than theirs. Relax. We're talking about a Primordial Divine Ruin. How could it possibly be that easy to raid? Even if we get inside, we'll have to fight off the other guilds. It's more practical to grind for weapons and equipment in team dungeons. Moreover, securing level 50 equipment is our priority right now. Without proper weapons and equipment, Zipping and the others will be useless to the guild even after they reach level 50, Shifeng explained, chuckling. Raiding a Primordial Divine Ruin was no less difficult than raiding a super large-scale team dungeon of the same level. These sites focused on adventures for Tier 2 players specifically, and right now, the various large guilds only had a small number of level 50 players. Trying to raid a Primordial Divine Ruin with that level of power was a joke. When they reached level 50, Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished. But they're only a little over level 30 right now. Isn't it too early to prepare for this? As far as she knew, Zipping and Zero Wing's other internal members had yet to reach level 40. They'd still need a considerable amount of time before they reached level 50. Meanwhile, even if Heaven's Burial failed to clear the Primordial Divine Ruin, it would still reap an impressive harvest. No, although they can't compare to our elite members yet, they're all past level 40 now. By the time you finish preparing the necessary level 50 equipment, their levels should be high enough, Shifeng said. He then sent Aqua Rose the latest information on Zipping and the other trainees. Level 40. No, they've reached level 42. Aqua Rose's jaw dropped when she saw the latest statistics on Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples. She simply could not believe it. Guild leader, what did you feed them? How have their levels increased so quickly? She was very aware of Shifeng's capabilities. No other guild member could compare to his leveling speed. Even so, it'd be an impressive feat if Shifeng could help Zipping and his companions gain 2 levels in a day, yet now. She remembered that these players had been far from level 40 the last time she had seen them. In fact, the lowest level players among them had only been level 31 and 32, yet every one of these 600+ players had reached level 40 and beyond after following Shifeng. It's nothing. I just found a good grinding spot. I doubt that it'll be long before they're level 50. At that time, I'll leave the equipment issue to you, Shifeng said, smiling. All right, leave it to me. I'll make sure that they all have proper sets of level 50 equipment as soon as they're the right level. Aqua Rose said, nodding enthusiastically after recovering from her stupor. Zipping and the others were bona fide experts. A few of them were even a step away from the refinement realm. They only lacked levels and equipment. Once those issues were dealt with, they'd definitely elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. Aqua Rose was excited just thinking about it. She immediately disconnected the call and contacted the guild's main force members, having them redirect their focus to raiding level 50 team dungeons. A sense of urgency squirmed within Shifeng as well due to the Primordial Divine Ruin's appearance. After resting for a while longer, he activated Spatial Gate and teleported everyone back to their previous position outside of the Demon Mineral Field. After resting in tents for several hours, everyone's stamina and concentration had mostly recovered. Shifeng then summoned a Tier 3 demon and began to eliminate the demonic creatures around the town once again. Naturally, as everyone's levels continued to increase, their leveling speed slowed. Including the occasional breaks, the team had only cleared out the demonic creatures around the town after more than a day of fighting. Now, only the Purgatory Serpent remained, still guarding the town's main entrance. As for the team, the lowest level among them was now level 43, while many had reached level 45. Although Shifeng was not satisfied with the result, the rest of the team was ecstatic. They had finally caught up with the guild's elite members. Now they could participate in the guild's large-scale operations. However, before they could celebrate, the Purgatory Serpent, which had entrenched itself in front of the town's entrance, opened its eyes. A resplendent glow radiated from its eyes, and mesmerizing divine ruins and curses began to cover the serpent's long body. A moment later, the Purgatory Serpent released a furious roar, and the players suddenly felt suffocated. How can this monster be so powerful? Guild leader is that monster. As they watched the changes overcome the Purgatory Serpent, they thought of a possibility. Evolution. Chapter 1617, Initial Display of Might. Chapter 1617, Initial Display of Might. The Purgatory Serpent's body was starting to glow as well, its aura growing more intense. Even from over 1,000 yards away, the players from Zero Wing could feel the power of the snake's aura, and they couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, it felt as if the Purgatory Serpent was this realm's overlord. Everyone gulped nervously as they watched the serpent, fear flashing in their eyes. The confidence they had gained while leveling up had drowned in the Purgatory Serpent's terrifying aura. It's evolving? Shifeng's eyes twitched as he watched the 1,000-meter-long Purgatory Serpent before him. Monster evolution was common in God's domain, particularly in field maps. In fact, players oftentimes considered themselves lucky if they ran across a monster during its evolution. Normally, the various large guilds monopolized field bosses, not giving other players the chance to raid them. However, evolved monsters were a different story. Monster evolutions were random, and when a monster evolved and its tier increased, it would become the equivalent of a field boss. Moreover, when players killed a recently evolved monster, it would drop better loot than usual. However, an evolving Grand Lord ranked archaic species was no laughing matter. The Purgatory Serpent's combat standards had already been quite high originally. It was likely one of the strongest bosses in the Boneless land. Even a team of Tier 2 experts of the same level would struggle to defeat it, and they might even team wipe. If the Purgatory Serpent evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it would definitely be the strongest boss in the Boneless land. It would become a taboo monstrosity, something that most players would avoid. As an archaic species, if the Purgatory Serpent reached mythic rank, its combat power would even surpass an ordinary mythic monster. One such incident had occurred in Shifeng's previous life. A level 80 Grand Lord ranked archaic species had suddenly evolved, and with its evolution, its map had become a forbidden land to players. The map had only been liberated from the level 80 boss's tyranny after a super guild had sent a team of 1,000, level 100 experts in to raid it. The team had also included over a dozen Tier 3 experts. The super guild had only killed the Tier 4 mythic ranked archaic species after sacrificing over 70% of the 1,000-man team and nearly half of the team's Tier 3 experts. Although this Purgatory Serpent was only level 70, if it evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it'd likely be impossible to defeat until players reached level 100. Guild leader, should we retreat? Once this monster finishes its evolution, its perception range will definitely increase. We might not be safe here, Zipping suggested. While he had witnessed Shifeng's prowess when working with 5 level 65+ great lords, he was no longer a noob. He knew that the most a great lord of the same level could do against a Tier 4 mythic monster was by some time. The 5 great lords under Shifeng's control had no hope against the evolved Purgatory Serpent. Retreat? Frustration flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he glared at the Purgatory Serpent. The demon mineral field waited for him, and it was even a medium mineral field that spawned ancient bronze Oregon. Although the mineral field was not as valuable as a manatite vein, it was worth enough. It would be especially helpful to Zero Wing, which currently lacked mana Oregon. However, he also had no way to defeat a Tier 4 mythic-ranked archaic species. This was nothing like his encounter with a Silvermoon Rat in the Dark Canyon. The Silvermoon Rat had only been a Lord-ranked monster with 18 million HP. Killing it before its evolution had completed had been entirely possible. However, the Purgatory Serpent was a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. It had a massive 160 million HP. The Purgatory Serpent was already a challenging foe in its original state. Now that it was evolving, it had become far stronger. Guild leader? Yu Ziping asked again after Shifeng's long silence. No, we still have a chance. After watching the Purgatory Serpent for some time, Shifeng noticed that runes on the serpent's body progressed very slowly. Immediately, he commanded, "Everyone get ready and follow me." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. When he had cleared out the monsters around the town, he had felt that his mission was too easy. The monsters hadn't been nearly as difficult as he had expected. However, now that he thought about it, the Purgatory Serpent's evolution might not involve luck at all. Rather, it may have been organized by the system. This was an opportunity the system presented for the players. How else could he explain why the Purgatory Serpent had suddenly begun to evolve as soon as he cleared out the nearby demonic creatures? The only explanation was that the system wanted players to defeat the Purgatory Serpent while it evolved. If players failed to defeat the Purgatory Serpent and allowed its evolution, players would have no hope of acquiring the demon mineral field until after they reached level 100. What? The guild leader wants us to fight the Purgatory Serpent? As everyone watched Shifeng dash towards the Purgatory Serpent, they began to wonder if he was a little too mad. They were only level 40+ players, still wearing level 35 equipment. Starting a fight with the Purgatory Serpent would be suicidal. But since their guild leader had issued the command, they had no choice but to grit their teeth as they approached the boss. In seconds, the team was within 1,000 yards from the evolving Grand Lord. The aura they felt radiating off of the Purgatory Serpent was much more intense as the players' movements became somewhat sluggish. Meanwhile, Shifeng retrieved 1 miniature ballista after another from his bag. In total, he took out 30 miniature ballistas. He had initially prepared these war weapons to help him take out troublesome, high-rank bosses in the Boneless field, but due to the Bible of Darkness' amazing benefits, he hadn't found an opportunity to use the massive siege weapons. Split into 5-man groups. 2 groups will take turns manning each of the miniature ballistas. Leave the rest to me. Healers, follow me, Shifeng instructed. Following which, he approached the Purgatory Serpent alongside his 5 great lords. Every monster evolution in God's domain took a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the higher tiered a monster was, the longer its evolution process would take to complete. In the case of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species like the Purgatory Serpent, it should need roughly 30 minutes to finish evolving. In other words, the system had only given them half an hour to eliminate the Purgatory Serpent. If they failed, they could return and challenge the boss again after reaching level 100. By then, however, the various superpowers would likely have discovered this area. When Shifeng's group was within 300 yards of the Purgatory Serpent, the evolving Grand Lord opened its amber eyes abruptly and glared at Shifeng and the others. It roared angrily, radiating a dense killing intent that even made Shifeng uncomfortable. However, despite its show of aggression, the serpent showed no intention of attacking. Instead, it diligently absorbed mana from its surroundings as it continued to evolve. It seems to be focusing on its evolution. Shifeng smiled, feeling that their chance of success had risen. Monsters could not move while they evolved. If they moved, their evolution would require more time. The process might even fail. Meanwhile, between dealing with them and continuing with its evolution, the Purgatory Serpent had obviously chosen the latter option. This gave Shifeng enough time to prepare. In a moment, I want every healer to focus on healing the Tomahawk Demon and pay attention to your positioning, Shifeng commanded. Following which, he and his 5 great lords charged at the Purgatory Serpent. As the rest of the team watched the swordsman charge towards the boss, they couldn't help but gape. They wouldn't have been overly surprised if Shifeng had used the great lords under his control as meat shields, but he had actually joined the assault. Moreover, he led the charge himself. He was simply insane. They were dealing with a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species here. Even the strongest MT at this stage of the game would die after 2 or 3 hits. What they didn't know was that Demon Ruler's passive effect only had a 200-yard range. If Shifeng weren't within range of the Grand Lord, he wouldn't be able to weaken it. However, Shifeng didn't lead the charge due to Demon Ruler's range. Rather, he did so because he wanted to use Disintegration Field, which only had a pitiful range of 100 yards. The Disintegration Field was also why Shifeng thought that they had a chance of victory. He hadn't truly witnessed the Disintegration Field's power after recasting the Disintegration armor. He did not know how much the skill could suppress the Purgatory Serpent. Shifeng stood within 100 yards of his target in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Purgatory Serpent opened its mouth, and mana began to gather within. It then fired a beam at Shifeng. "It's time for you to show me your true power." Shifeng then took the Disintegration armor from his bag and activated Disintegration Field. Immediately, a dark gray energy rippled from the Disintegration armor, quickly reaching the Purgatory Serpent. Wherever the energy passed, space loosened, and mana vanished. The ground 100 yards around Shifeng even began to dry up and crack. Chapter 16:18 Disintegration Armor's Power. Chapter 16:18 Disintegration Armor's Power. As the Disintegration Field activated, the gathering mana in the Purgatory Serpent's mouth disintegrated. The Serpent's basic attributes also began to decrease rapidly. So strong. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he watched the Disintegration Field form. The Demon Ruler's passive effect already weakened demonic creatures by 30%. Although Disintegration Field hadn't significantly weakened the Purgatory Serpent, it had further decreased the Grand Lord's basic attributes to 50% of their original values. As a result, the Purgatory Serpent's HP had fallen from 160 million to 80 million. The effects of Disintegration Field were even more powerful than World Projection, which cost 5,000 magic crystals to activate. However, the Disintegration Field's special effect was far more frightening than the basic attribute decrease. It was easy to silence someone in God's domain, but thinning the environmental mana was incredibly difficult. This was something the old Disintegration Field was not capable of doing. Silencing skills merely stopped a target's flow of mana. While silencing skills were useful against low-tiered players and monsters, most higher-tiered players and monsters could remove the debuff. Although these skills were godly during the game's early stages, they'd become increasingly less effective as one progressed through the game. Conversely, skills capable of decreasing mana density weren't much of an advantage. At most, these skills could weaken a target's skills or spells and their focus. However, such skills would play a larger role later in the game. Shifeng had even seen skills that could remove a target's mana entirely in the past. By doing so, not only could a player prevent their target from using skills or spells, but the skills would also dull a target's senses. Although the Disintegration Field wasn't powerful enough to remove all of the mana in range, only thinning it, it was still incredibly effective. At the very least, it was stronger than ordinary silencing skills against high-tiered monsters and players. What did the guild leader just do? How did the Purgatory Serpent's mana decrease so drastically? When they realized the Purgatory Serpent's aura and basic attributes had weakened, Shifeng's team members were shocked. They all knew that the stronger a monster was, the harder it would be to suppress its attributes. Even with an intermediate magic array, players would be fortunate to reduce a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species attributes by 20%, yet Shifeng had suppressed the Purgatory Serpent to 50% of its basic attributes. Moreover, none of them had seen Shifeng use any sort of magic array to suppress the boss. This was simply unheard of. Suddenly, the Purgatory Serpent spat massive, emerald fireballs at Shifeng, each the size of a small hill. They were incredibly fast, nearly impossible to dodge. Guild leader, the Zero-Wing players shouted as they watched the giant fireballs surround Shifeng. Although the Purgatory Serpent's attributes had been significantly reduced, it was still an archaic species. As weakened as it It wasn't an enemy low-level players like them could hope to defeat. So fast. When Shifeng saw the incoming fireballs, he instinctively activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Void Shield. He then brandished his swords to block the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. As the fireballs descended, they shook the ground, and scorching flames filled the area. The powerful impacts formed one crater after another around Shifeng. As the emerald flames scattered, the Purgatory Serpent revealed a human-like sneer. Zero Wings members paled at the sight. The power each fireball contained could rival a large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only a swordsman, not an MT. He could never survive such a bombardment. As the team began to believe that Shifeng had died, one player pointed at the team status window and shouted, "Huh! Guys, look at the guild leader's HP bar in the team window." "What? The guild leader's HP bar is full. How is that possible?" Everyone soon noticed Shifeng's HP bar in the team status window. His HP hadn't fallen in the least. As the flames and smoke subsided, they revealed a white figure standing among the numerous craters. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Not even the barrier protecting him showed any signs of damage. As expected of an archaic species, despite the reduction to its basic attributes, it can still execute such a powerful spell. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he examined the void shield around him. Although it appeared unharmed, the attacks had claimed nearly a quarter of its HP. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his maximum HP by 500%, and Void Shield formed a protective barrier with 10 times his maximum HP. In other words, the Void Shield could absorb over -4 million damage, yet one of the Purgatory Serpent's spells had devoured nearly a quarter of that. Had he not activated Void Shield in time, the attacks would have burned him to ash even with Heavenly Dragon's power active. While the Purgatory Serpent had attacked Shifeng, the Tomahawk Demon and the other great lords under Shifeng's control had surrounded the Grand Lord and moved outside of the Disintegration field's range. Without hesitation, all 5 great lords assaulted the Purgatory Serpent with one Tier 3 skill after another. The Purgatory Serpent cried out in agony as the powerful attacks found their mark, and damages of around -700,000 began to appear above the Grand Lord's head. In the blink of an eye, the Purgatory Serpent lost over 3 million HP. What a high defense! Shifeng frowned when he saw the damages. Normally, Great Lord's Tier 3 skills and spells should deal over 1 million damage to a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet these attacks had only dealt around -700,000 damage. There was no doubt that the Purgatory Serpent's defense was extraordinary. When the Purgatory Demon had been attacked, it turned its attention towards the 5 great lords around it. With a furious bellow, the serpent rammed its head into the Tomahawk Demon. Due to the Purgatory Serpent's massive size, the Tomahawk Demon didn't have any time to dodge. It had no choice but to defend itself with its battle axe, and upon collision, it was sent flying over several dozen yards away, losing over 300,000 HP in the process. The difference between the monster's strength was obvious at a glance. The Grand Lord's shifting body also struck the other great lords, though they didn't receive as much damage as the Tomahawk Demon. For a time, the Purgatory Serpent overwhelmed the 5 great lords, and they continuously lost HP. This snake's strength is really something. It can practically rival a mythic monster of the same level. The Purgatory Serpent's strength astonished Shifeng. Fortunately, not only had the Grand Lord's basic attributes decreased by 50%, but it was also stuck in its position. Otherwise, defeating the 5 great lords would be child's play with the Purgatory Serpent's combat power. Once his 5 great lords had secured the Purgatory Serpent's aggro, Shifeng gave the command to the distant Zero Wing members to begin their attacks with the miniature ballistas. Immediately, the 30 miniature ballistas surrounded the Grand Lord and fired. When the exploding arrows, which rivaled Tier 2 spells in power, struck the Purgatory Serpent, the Grand Lord's HP swiftly decreased. Each exploding arrow dealt between -50,000 to -60,000 damage. One volley dealt over -1,500,000 damage. Shifeng wasn't idle either. After commanding the attack, he charged forward and assailed the Purgatory Serpent. Although he could not deal as much damage as the miniature ballistas, every hit he landed claimed over 10,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. He used every skill in his arsenal to devour as much of the Purgatory Serpent's HP as possible. If they could not defeat the Purgatory Serpent before its evolution completed, they'd likely die here. As time passed, the Purgatory Serpent's HP gradually decreased. 90%, 80%, 70%. When the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 20%, it could no longer sit still. It gave up on absorbing mana to complete its evolution and whipped around its colossal tail, sending powerful attacks at Shurfong and the 5 Great Lords. At the same time, it opened its maw and began to gather a terrifying amount of mana. As it did so, a gigantic, twofold magic array gradually formed before its open jaws. Crap! Everyone move away from the boss's front. Healers gather together. When Shurfong saw this, he rushed towards the healers and activated Absolute Domain. However, Shurfeng's warning had little effect as the Purgatory Serpent gathered mana too quickly. By the time Shurfong reached the core of the healer group, the Purgatory Serpent had released its death breath, firing a blistering, black beam from its mouth. Any player or miniature ballista in the beam's way was vaporized instantly. With a single attack, the Purgatory Serpent had severely injured 3 Great Lords, destroyed 11 miniature ballistas, and killed over 200 players. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that the Purgatory Serpent would be so powerful despite abandoning its chance to evolve. It doesn't have much HP left. Attack with everything you've got, Shurfong commanded, breathing a sigh of relief when he noticed that 2 of the Great Lords could still attack. The team's healers were also unharmed. Although trying to pin down the Purgatory Serpent with 2 Great Lords was pushing his luck, they should be able to survive the Grand Lord's attacks with the help of the healer's healing spells and his life domain, albeit barely. However, the Purgatory Serpent's strength and speed had increased significantly after it abandoned its evolution. If the Tomahawk Demon weren't careful and received a direct hit, it would lose hundreds of thousands of HP instantly, 1 or 2 million if it received a skill or spell attack. Despite Life Domain's healing, the Tomahawk Demon still rapidly lost HP. In contrast, the Purgatory Serpent's HP decreased very slowly. 15%, 10%, 8%, 6%. As the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 4%, the Tomahawk Demon could no longer hold on, and it died, leaving a single uninjured Great Lord and 3 wounded Great Lords to tank the Grand Lord. From time to time, the Purgatory Serpent cast its spells, instantly killing the distant Zero Wing members. Now less than half of the team was standing, and only 10 of the miniature ballistas remained intact. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, Shurfong followed up with Power of Darkness. He used every attack method he had to whittle down the Grand Lord's remaining HP. Yet, as if the Purgatory Serpent refused to lose any more HP, it took the team a long time to drop it to 1%. When the Purgatory Serpent only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shurfeng's team began to lose members even faster. Die! When Shurfong noticed his DPS drop, he gritted his teeth and activated Blade Liberation. He then swung Killing Ray at the monstrous Purgatory Serpent. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shurfong landed 5 consecutive hits with his sacred sword, each stronger than the last. With all 5 attacks, Shurfong had shoved the Purgatory Serpent's massive frame back by over 10 yards. The ground even trembled under the might of his attacks. Once Shurfeng's chain attack ended, the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 0. Like a puppet with cut strings, the Grand Lord collapsed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. It's dead. The boss is finally dead. The surviving Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief as the Purgatory Serpent fell. Originally, they had nearly 700 players on the team, but now less than 200 remained. Only 6 of the 30 miniature ballistas had survived the fight as well. Had the raid lasted any longer, the Purgatory Serpent would have likely annihilated them. Fortunately, they secured victory in the end. After the Purgatory Serpent died, the surviving players watched their experience bars rapidly fill. In the blink of an eye, many of them leveled up, even those that had not had gained over half of a level. However, these players were more surprised about the loot the Purgatory Serpent had dropped. Although the Grand Lord had not evolved to mythic rank, it had been in the middle of its evolutionary state. Hence, the quality of its loot had improved slightly. Moreover, Shifeng had activated Divine Providence before dealing the final blow. Both factors resulted in the Purgatory Serpent dropping an abundant amount of loot. Overall, the boss had dropped over 80 items, and every one of them glowed with a dazzling light that instantly captured the player's attention. In addition, a towering pillar of light rose for the pile of loot, lasting nearly 5 seconds before it faded. Crap! What kind of loot is that? How can items cause such a phenomenon? Epic rank. No, an epic item wouldn't cause such a commotion. I wonder if it's a rumored legendary rank item? Forget legendary items. I could become so much stronger if I could get my hands on an epic item. My development would skyrocket. Everyone stared at the small mountain of loot, dumbfounded. They were ravaged with curiosity about the items the Grand Lord had dropped. At this point, epic weapons and equipment were the strongest gear the various large guilds had seen in God's domain, but everyone had already seen these items before. They knew that epic items couldn't cause such a phenomenon. The only thing they could think of that would cause something like this was a legendary item. As the light pillar disappeared, the Zero-Wing players fought the urge to run towards the loot. They'd have an easy future if they obtained even one epic item, not to mention a legendary item. With a legendary item, they'd never have to worry about daily necessities for the rest of their lives. But despite such thoughts, none of them moved a muscle as they admired the pile of items. Nobody dared to take a single step forward. Even the outsiders, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples, stayed where they stood. First, this was a guild operation, and any items obtained during the operation belonged to the guild. Furthermore, they were internal members, nurtured by the guild. They wouldn't even earn GCPs during this operation, much less items. Secondly, Shifeng had basically killed the Purgatory Serpent by himself. They simply operated the miniature ballistas and helped deal damage. They hadn't contributed in any essential way. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't pleased about the outcome, even if they wanted to steal a few items, none of them had the courage to do so with a monstrous player like Shifeng standing beside the pile. Although they had known that Zero-Wing's Black Flame was incredibly strong, they hadn't realized exactly how strong before today. But after watching Shifeng dominate a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species by himself, they realized how wide the gap was between them and their leader. Zero-Wing's guild leader is inhuman. He sent a monster as powerful and massive as the Purgatory Serpent flying with a single attack. Just how high are his attributes? So this is Zero-Wing's rumored strength? The guild is actually powerful enough to kill a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species at this stage of the game. Even super guilds might not be able to do so. It's no wonder the Hall Master wanted us to train in Zero-Wing. If I had 1/3 of that man's standards, I could achieve something great in God's domain. As the White Tiger Dojo's disciples watched Shifeng appraise the loot, their previous contempt for Zero-Wing transformed into awe and admiration. Had they encountered such a situation when they had first joined God's domain, they wouldn't have spared a glance at Shifeng's performance. But after playing the game for some time, they realized that God's domain was no ordinary virtual reality game. This game's experts were more impressive than those in other games, especially experts like Shifeng. Although it had seemed as if Shifeng's movements and attacks had been random throughout the battle, every one of his movements had been carefully calculated. Shifeng had constantly guided the Purgatory Serpent during the battle, reducing the risk of the Grand Lord damaging the team as much as possible. Had Shifeng not been there to guide the Purgatory Serpent's attacks, they'd likely be lying on the ground right now. Meanwhile, as Shifeng reached the small mountain of items, he began to collect and appraise the loot. The Purgatory Serpent had dropped a total of 84 items. Among them, 31 were precious epic materials, such as the Purgatory Serpent's skin and scales, 16 potions, 11 Tier 2 magic scrolls, 1 Tier 3 magic scroll, and 3 Tier 2 skill books. All 3 skill books contained considerably rare Tier 2 skills. One offered the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, for Guardian Knights, one offered the Tier 2 skill, Fire Snake Dance, for Elementalists, and one contained the Tier 2 skill, Titan's Hand, for Berserkers. Titan's Hand was the rarest of the 3 skills, one which all Berserkers dreamed of wielding. The skill was neither a damage skill, nor did it over some heaven-defying defensive ability. Instead, it allowed players to wield 2 two-handed weapons for a short time, significantly improving Berserkers' DPS and combat abilities. An additional weapon also meant an additional boost to a player's attributes. Moreover, wielding two weapons allowed players to use more complex attack patterns. In addition, berserkers didn't have to worry about a lack of strength in their attacks like dual-wielding swordsmen due to the nature of two-handed weapons. Hence, Titan's Hand was a highly sought-after skill for berserkers. In fact, the skill's market value was on par with Tier 3 skills. Of the remaining loot, there were 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, 4 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 1 pair of epic ranked cloth shoes, 2 mana stones, 1 engineering design, 1 alchemy recipe, and 1 forging design. The last item, however, was a blood-red stone engraved with glowing, golden divine runes. Sure enough, the Demon Mineral Field's guardian boss was quite extraordinary. Shifeng was clearly ecstatic when he saw the blood-red stone. Even he had wondered what kind of item would cause such a phenomenon, releasing such a powerful aura. But even after appraising most of the loot, he hadn't found any particularly special items. The most powerful item was the epic-ranked cloth shoes, but no epic item could cause such a dazzling event. Upon appraising the blood-red stone, however, Shifeng realized that this stone had been the cause of the commotion. The stone was none other than the bloodline every player in God's domain dreamed of obtaining. However, this bloodline wasn't like those he had obtained in the past. The dark iron bloodline he had obtained during his visit to the divine staircase had been personally crafted by a god, but the bloodline in his hand had formed naturally. Hence, it had taken the form of a stone rather than a gentle liquid. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. What's up with the guild leader? Why is he staring at that blood-red stone? Is there something special about it? What's so special about a stone? It's just raw material. I wonder what kind of equipment the Purgatory Serpent dropped. It'd be insane if it dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Don't be crazy. No matter how you look at it, a Grand Lord will never drop a legendary item. Though it might have a high chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. If our guild obtains a fragmented legendary item, the super guilds will go mad with jealousy. The players from Zero Wing launched into a discussion about the Purgatory Serpent's loot, growing particularly excited as they talked about the possibility of a fragmented legendary item dropping. Players in the various large guilds had begun to reach level 50, and some of the guilds had already obtained a few epic items. However, no one had heard of a guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item. If Zero Wing found a fragmented legendary item, it would become the guild's prized treasure, serving as a symbol of the guild's strength. Such an item would definitely elevate the guild's reputation, since it would be the first guild in God's domain to possess such an item. Almost everyone who played virtual reality games paid attention to weapons and equipment. Apex weapons and equipment, in particular, were highly sought after. If news spread of Zero Wing's procurement of a fragmented legendary item, even players in other kingdoms and empires would learn of their guild, much less Starmoon Kingdom's players. A flood of players would visit their guild residences to join Zero Wing, making it much easier for the guild to recruit experts and continue to increase its strength. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but chuckle when he overheard the hushed conversations. Zero Wing had acquired fragmented legendary items long ago, and the guild actually had more than one. Although they were correct that a fragmented legendary item could improve Zero Wing's reputation, great wealth brought great misfortune. Although the guild's fame would skyrocket if the public knew that Zero Wing possessed fragmented legendary items, it would also earn the guild an endless number of enemies. Hence, he had forbidden the guild's upper echelons speaking about these items to the public. Moreover, the blood-red stone in his hand was far more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Bloodlines were extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than fragmented legendary items. When a bloodline was found, even super guilds would use every weapon in their arsenal to obtain it, and the resulting bloodbaths would be horrendous. Obtaining a bloodline increased a guild's chance of nurturing an apex expert. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the bloodline's benefits would become more prominent. After a certain level, these benefits would even surpass those of a fragmented legendary item. Furthermore, the stone in his hand was a naturally occurring bloodline, not an artificial bloodline crafted by ancient gods. There were two types of bloodlines in God's domain. The first type included the ancient gods' creations, the main bloodline source in God's domain. The second type involved naturally occurring bloodlines. The first type formed by drawing on the ancient gods' power, and in terms of potential, these bloodlines were slightly weaker than their natural counterparts. Regardless, both types of bloodline had their own advantages. Those created by the ancient gods catered to specific aspects. For example, Shifeng's dark iron bloodline improved his compatibility with melee skills, helping him increase his skill compatibility rates. On the other hand, natural bloodlines weren't as specialized, but in return, they provided greater boons to basic attributes. Due to the nature of these bloodlines, players who used them were generally known as humanoid monsters. To players who wanted to push the limits of their basic attributes, natural bloodlines were invaluable. Shifeng couldn't believe he had actually obtained a natural bloodline from killing a level 70 Grand Lord. Even though it had been an archaic species, it shouldn't have had a chance of dropping one, yet it had. If the demon players in the World Summit found out about this, they'd die of envy. Despite the various demon players trying desperately to ascend the divine staircase, they struggled to earn enough shrine points to purchase a bloodline. Yet Shifeng had obtained one after killing a single monster. Moreover, the raid had been relatively easy, with one boss and no mobs. Moreover, this stone was top tier among basic bloodlines. It was called the Shadow Bloodline. Shadow Bloodline. Weakens presence and aura significantly. Effects double when in darkness. Improvements focus on agility, followed by strength, endurance, intelligence, and vitality. Although the Shadow Bloodline's benefits to a player's combat power weren't as apparent as the ancient gods' bloodlines, it would undoubtedly increase an assassin or ranger's survivability. Decreasing one's presence and aura wasn't just effective against other players, but monsters would also struggle to notice the player. Rangers and assassins with the Shadow Bloodline would be able to explore high-level maps with ease, and they could enter places that players normally avoided. They could enter places that players normally could not set foot into. The Shadow Bloodline alone was more valuable than the Purgatory Serpent's combined loot. This trip was definitely worth it. Shifeng could not help but smile at the Shadow Bloodline. Neither epic equipment nor precious tools could help nurture a true Apex expert, but the Shadow Bloodline could. In fact, it might even help a player become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Even if he gave the Shadow Bloodline to an ordinary assassin or ranger in the guild, he could instantly nurture an astonishingly powerful expert, let alone experts like Fire Dance. When Shifeng finally finished admiring the Shadow Bloodline, he stored it in his bag. He had no intention of informing the others about the item. After he finished with the remaining loot, he instructed his team to rest up and prepare to enter the town. No one gave Shifeng's decision much thought. They simply did as they were told while the healers resurrected the dead. Meanwhile, the magic barrier around the town had vanished after the Purgatory Serpent's death. Players could now enter the town without hindrance. Of course, chaos ensued in the town. The Demonkin, who had been mining the ores, ran around in a panic while the demon supervisors angrily suppressed the undisciplined Demonkin. Demonkin, Demonic Creature Chieftain. Level 70. HP 900000/90000000. Demon Supervisor, Demonic Creature Great Lord. Level 72. HP 38, 500,000/38, 500,000. To Shifeng, this chaos was an opportunity. There were easily more than 10,000 monsters in the town, and if they moved like an organized army, capturing the town's mineral field would likely be impossible. However, he could take advantage of the fight between the Demonkin and the demon supervisors, slowly clearing out the monsters in the town. Shifeng didn't hurry to enter the town after his slain team members resurrected. Instead, he activated a spatial gate and sent them out of the Boneless land to rest and recover. His team's stamina and concentration had almost depleted during the previous battle, and there was no doubt that they were in for a long, arduous battle once they entered the town. They had to recover their stamina and concentration first. Time passed quickly. Once everyone had recovered, Shifeng led them back to the town's perimeter. Everyone, get ready. Once my great lords secure the monster's aggro, you'll attack with the remaining miniature ballistas. Do not let any of the demonkin or demon supervisors get close, Shifeng ordered. He then took a deep breath before pushing open the town's steel gates. The instant Shifeng entered the town, a horrific killing intent washed over him, shocking him awake. A series of system notifications then bombarded his ears. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. When the demon town's rune-covered gates opened, it felt as if some seal on the town had been removed as a chilling aura of killing intent surged out of the town's gate. What kind of town is this? Why does it have such a powerful aura? Crap. My attributes are decreasing. As the players from the White Tiger Dojo and Zero Wing prepared for battle some distance away, they couldn't help but shudder the moment Shifeng opened the gates. There was a massive difference between the aura they felt as the gates opened and the aura they had felt while looking at the demon town from the distant hillside. If the aura they had felt before was air, the aura they felt now was as heavy and dense as seawater. Not only did the powerful aura bring with it an intense mental pressure, making it hard for them to think, but their attributes had also begun to spiral downward. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had decreased by 30%. Shifeng, who had already entered the town, wasn't surprised by the sudden change. However, he was surprised by the system notifications he had received. System, congratulations. You have discovered a lost town. System, congratulations. You have triggered the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Demon's Nest. System, do you wish to accept this quest? If you abandon this quest, the lost town will disappear due to its broken seal. You have 1 hour to consider. If you do not make a decision within the hour, the quest will automatically be abandoned. Why is there a lost town here? Shifeng looked at the system notifications in confusion. Aside from its kingdoms, empires, and neutral towns and cities, God's domain had towns that had been left behind by ancient civilizations. Unfortunately, these towns didn't have official names since their history had been lost, leaving them with the title of Lost Town. Lost towns weren't like ordinary towns. All of the lost towns contained power and abilities, which other towns didn't have, that their ancient civilization had left behind. These abilities had different levels of strength. Some could even help a first-rate guild develop into a super first-rate guild in a short amount of time, although even lost towns with weaker abilities could tempt a superpower into action. This was due to the ability's unique nature in God's domain. In the past, many wars had been waged between God's domain's superpowers over these lost towns. There had even been one instance involving over 10 superpowers. Shifeng had never expected to find a lost town in the Boneless land. The mineral field was nothing compared to the town itself. It's no wonder why I hadn't heard of a town in the Boneless land in the past. This restriction is likely the reason that no one ever found it. Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly at the system notification. Regardless of how powerful a lost town was, they were all incredibly difficult to claim. There was no turning back if one missed the opportunity. Once a lost town disappeared, it was gone forever. The players that had found the Boneless Land's lost town had likely failed the quest, causing its disappearance. If that were the case, it was only natural that no one had ever heard of it. Of course, Shifeng accepted the quest. Although he did not know what this lost town's function was, Zero Wing would miss out on a golden opportunity to grow stronger if he abandoned it. System, congratulations. You have accepted the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Demon's Nest. Quest content. You are required to collect 100 darkness stones to reseal the anchor within 10 natural days. If you fail to do so, the Demon King of a specific plane or world will hunt you endlessly. You will also permanently lose 100 points from all attributes and 10 levels. Quest reward unknown. Crap. Shifeng nearly spat blood when he read the quest content. He finally understood why the players who had discovered the Boneless Land's lost town had failed the quest to acquire it. This quest was beyond difficult. It was a joke. Darkness stones were like mana stones. They contained a frightening amount of power of darkness, which demon players could use to improve the power of darkness within. In the past, demon players had even spent up to 500 gold per darkness stone. Yet, this quest required him to gather 100 darkness stones within 10 natural days. This quest was asking for the impossible. Darkness stones were immensely rare, and normally, on mythic-ranked dark creatures had a chance of dropping them. Even if he were extremely lucky, and every mythic dark creature he killed dropped one, he'd still have to kill 100 of them. With his current standards, killing one mythic dark creature would be impossible, let alone 100. Not even super guilds could accomplish such a feat. Mythic monsters weren't easy to find, and mythic-ranked dark creatures were an even rarer sight. Hunting down 100 mythic-ranked dark creatures in 10 days would be nearly impossible. When Shifeng saw the penalty for failing the quest, he was speechless. The penalty was extraordinarily ruthless. While he could accept losing 10 levels and 100 points in every attribute, dealing with a Tier 5 Demon King's tenacious hunt was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, he wasn't nearly powerful enough to kill a Demon King. Every Demon King had the power to engulf a kingdom in flames. Even Tier 4 players would be little more than ants before a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Guild leader, has something happened? Zero Wings members asked curiously when they realized that Shifeng hadn't moved for some time. Forget it. Let's just secure the town and get the mana Oregon. Shifeng shook his head to clear his mind. There was no point in pondering the quest, since he didn't have a solution for obtaining the 100 darkness stones. Following which, he commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle." As Shifeng gave the command, the team members began to push the miniature ballistas forward, following after their leader. At the same time, Shifeng controlled his 4 remaining Great Lords to lure some of the battling Demonkin and Demon Supervisors. Unlike the players, whose basic attributes had been suppressed when the town's gates had opened, the demonic creatures within were unaffected. Fortunately, Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, and with the Demon Ruler's suppression, dealing with the Chieftain-ranked Demon King and Great Lord-ranked Demon Supervisors became easy. After Shifeng's Great Lords gathered some demonic creatures, Shifeng activated Flame Domain while Zero Wings members attacked with the remaining siege weapons. After around 20 minutes, the team had cleared out a wave of Demonkin and Demon Supervisors. When the monsters died, the players' experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. However, these monsters granted considerably less EXP than the demonic creatures they had killed outside of the town. In fact, they had awarded even less EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. Even so, these players' leveling speed was multiple times faster than peak experts. As for the Demonkin and Demon Supervisor's loot, it simply couldn't compare to the loot the demonic creatures had dropped. Despite killing over 100 Demonkin and several Demon Supervisors, the team had only obtained 6 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 piece of mysterious iron equipment. As Shifeng collected the loot, however, he discovered several black crystals beside the demonic monsters' corpses. What? This is mana ore. Shifeng had nearly thought his eyes had played a trick on him when he saw the black crystals on the ground. Everyone in God's domain knew that the monsters didn't drop mana ore, but it was nearly impossible that Shifeng, who was both a master forger and extremely familiar with the metal, would mistake the item. After carefully examining the corpses, Shifeng found 17 ingots of mana ore, over 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore, and 3 ingots of Eternium Oregon. Even if one mined an ancient bronze vein, they likely wouldn't obtain a single ingot for every 30 ingots of ancient bronze Oregon. And players would be very lucky to gain a single ingot of Eternium or for every 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore. Yet Shifeng had obtained so much after killing a few Demonkin and Demon Supervisors. This was inconceivable. Chapter 1622. Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1622. Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng wasn't the only player surprised to discover that the Demonkin and Demon Supervisors dropped mana Oregon. Hey, do those rocks look like mana ore to you? I've seen mana ore before. They should be mana ore. Isn't mana ore a rare drop when mining? I never knew that monsters dropped it too. None of these players was a stranger to mana Oregon. Due to the disturbance the Orc Empire had caused, the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire had activated a contribution system that allowed players to purchase precious items. The contribution system had also lured many players towards the Orc Empire. If players wanted to ease the task of killing the Empire's orcs, the mana charm, crafted with mana ore, was a must-have. Currently, mana are sold for 1 gold, 20 silver per piece. Moreover, this price continued to rise, yet their team had obtained over a dozen pieces of mana or after killing 1 demonic creature group. They had just made over 20 gold in profit, and this included the cost of repairing their weapons and equipment. Even expert players were fortunate to earn 1 gold a day. Furthermore, the various large guilds currently viewed mana ore as a strategic item. With so many people eyeing the ore, it was hard to purchase even if one could afford the cost. And their profit would be even greater if they used all of the mana ore to craft mana charms. The mana charm was a consumable item, and one could craft 10 charms with a single piece of mana Oregon currently. Mana charms sold for 20 silver each. Alright, we're moving on to the next wave. After Shurfong collected the loot, he had his monsters lure another wave of demonic creatures. In the previous fight, Shurfong had taken control of a demon supervisor, and he had 5 great lords under his command once more, making it much easier to defeat the next wave of demonkin and demon supervisors. With the 5 great lord tanks, Shurfeng's flame domain and various AoE skills, and Zero Wings members attacking with the miniature ballistas, the team steadily and swiftly eliminated 1 wave of demonic creatures after another. Although the battles were monotonous and boring, these players brimmed with excitement throughout the grind. With each wave of demonkin and demon supervisors they killed, they earned between 10 and 20 pieces of mana or in 3 to 5 pieces of Eternium Oregon. The team had also become more efficient as they worked. It had initially taken them 20+ minutes to annihilate each wave, and now they cleared the monsters in a little over 10 minutes. With the abundant EXP, the team's leveling speed was also astonishingly fast. After grinding for a little over a day, Shurfong and his players finally reached the town's inner area. At this point, these players had leveled significantly. Now, even the lowest level player was level 45, whereas the highest level player was level 47. They had nearly caught up with Zero Wings elite members. Meanwhile, to improve their efficiency, Shurfong had invested the EXP he had acquired into the Aura of Fire's flame domain. Now, the skill dealt 2,400% base damage every second for 8 seconds, rather than the previous 1,800% every second for 7 seconds. The damage per second upscale had also risen from 20% to 25%, and the skill now covered a 100-yard radius. The skill could basically rival super large-scale destruction spells. Unfortunately, its cooldown was still 5 minutes. Meanwhile, after more than a day of grinding, Shurfong had acquired a total of 4,526 pieces of mana or 913 pieces of Eternium Oregon. The monsters had actually dropped more mana or than what Zero Wing had in its warehouse by a considerable margin. While Shurfong massacred demonkin and demon supervisors, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had kept him updated with several situation reports. Their reports mainly focused on the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire. The various large guilds had fought tooth and nail over the ruin after its sudden appearance. They all wanted the level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment, as well as the rumored advanced combat techniques to prepare for the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. Currently, 2 super first-rate guilds and 2 super guilds were involved in the struggle. Even a transcendental power like the Secret Pavilion, which rarely took part in such struggles, had joined the fray. Naturally, plenty of first-rate guilds joined the fight as well. The situation at the ruin was utter chaos. Meanwhile, only 10,000 players were allowed into the Primordial Divine Ruin each day, but over 1 million players had gathered in the area, with the weakest on par with the guild elite members. The war over the Primordial Divine Ruin was the most intense in God's domain thus far. Over 30,000 expert players had already died, not to mention the elite players. When the ruin had last activated, the 5 superpowers had claimed 70% of the available slots. Surprisingly, Heaven's Burial had secured 1/3 of the remaining 30%. The various first-rate guilds had shared the remaining 20%, and none of the second- and third-rate guilds had claimed a single slot. Guild Leader, although Heaven's Burial has suffered significant casualties while it explored the Primordial Divine Ruin, they've also obtained plenty of level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. Their top-tier experts' combat power has improved massively. I've also heard that they've obtained 2 basic combat techniques and plenty of magic array scrolls, designs, and recipes. Although our guild has suffered about the same losses as Heaven's Burial in the field battles, I'm afraid that we'll be in danger soon if Heaven's Burial continues to grow stronger. Why don't we send some of our members to explore the ruin as well? Aqua Rose was sorely tempted to loot the Primordial Divine Ruin. Although the Conqueror parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial's members, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater weren't simple enemies. To counter the Conqueror parties, the two guilds had employed many Refinement Realm experts, sending them out to ambush Zero Wings members in the 4 high-resource maps. They had even sent some of these Refinement Realm experts to ambush the Conqueror parties. Meanwhile, both guilds had suffered tremendous losses. If Zero Wing hadn't partnered with several first-rate guilds and raked in a massive profit with Zero Wing City's teleportation function, the guild would have crumbled long ago. How is the equipment collection coming along? Shifeng asked. We've only collected a small fraction of the required amount thus far. I'm afraid that it'll take some time before we have 700 full sets of level 50 weapons and equipment, Aqua Rose said, sighing powerlessly. The guild's consumption of weapons and equipment was severely high right now. Trying to set aside level 50 elite weapons and equipment for 700 players under such circumstances was incredibly difficult. She had even involved Gentle Snow's main force in the task. Disregard the Primordial Divine Ruin for now, and focus on collecting weapons and equipment. Once we have the items ready, we'll have an easier time dealing with the guild's issues, Shifeng instructed. I'll think of a way to gather as much as possible. Aqua Rose could only nod in frustration. She had to admit that Zero Wing's foundations were significantly weaker than Heaven's Burial. The difference between the guild's expert count and capital was like heaven and earth. Even the Conqueror parties only helped reduce the massive gap slightly. An additional 700 experts would definitely help ease the pressure on the guild. After Aqua Rose disconnected the call, Shifeng led his team deeper into the town's inner area. The inner area had far fewer monsters than the town's outer area, although the weakest here were level 70 Lord-ranked Demonkin warriors. The Chieftain-ranked Demonkin were nowhere to be seen. In addition, there were plenty of level 72 Great Lord-ranked Demon Supervisors and level 74 Grand Lord-ranked Demon Overseers roaming about. Even with 5 Great Lords under his command, Shifeng did not move casually. He needed a strategic position before he took action. Guild leader, I discovered a tower behind a magic barrier, one of the assassins sent to scout the town reported. Stuttering, the assassin continued, I also spotted a large treasure chest made entirely of magic crystals. Chapter 1623, Town's Ability. Chapter 1623, Town's Ability. A treasure chest made of magic crystals? A light flashed in everyone's eyes when they heard the assassin's report. In God's domain, treasure chests were reward opportunities that players frequently encountered. One could gain even higher quality loot from a treasure chest, depending on its rank, than from powerful monsters. Normally, treasure chests were either made of wood or metal. This was even the case for dark gold treasure chests. Making a treasure chest with magic crystals was just extravagant. Needless to say, the treasure chest definitely wasn't low rank. A bronze treasure chest's loot could already rival a chieftain-ranked monster's drops of the same level, not to mention mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold treasure chests. Moreover, as players explored higher-level maps, each map would contain fewer treasure chests. Even bronze treasure chests were exceedingly rare in maps above level 50. The treasure chest's loot was part of the reason for this. Rather than containing loot on par with the drops from a chieftain-ranked monster of the same level, a bronze treasure chest would contain items on par with a lord-ranked monster of the same level in level 50-plus maps. Magic crystals? Shock gripped Shifeng's heart when he heard the assassin's report. Immediately, he demanded, what color are the runes on the chest? God's domain had many different kinds of treasure chests, and although the most common were made of wood or metal, not all items in the game could be stored in wood or metal treasure chests. Certain special items needed to be stored in high mana density environments. For these items, the system used chests made from magic crystals. Such treasure chests were insanely rare in God's domain, and naturally, they were far more valuable than ordinary chests. All of the items in such chests were unique in God's domain. There were no duplicates of these items. These magic crystal treasure chests also had a different ranking system than ordinary treasure chests. Their ranks were based on the color of the runes engraved on the crystal. The runes came in silver, gold, and purple. Silver was at the bottom of the list, while purple runes offered the best items. Gold, the assassin answered after taking a closer look. Gold. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. All right, we'll head over right away. In God's domain, a silver magic crystal treasure chest was the equivalent of a fine gold or dark gold treasure chest. A gold magic crystal treasure chest was on par with an epic treasure chest, and a purple magic crystal treasure chest was the equivalent of an inferior legendary treasure chest or higher. Shifeng had only ever seen silver magic crystal treasure chests in the past, never gold, but he had heard rumors that Chaos Star, one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists, had opened a gold magic crystal treasure chest. This was also precisely the reason that he had secured his position as one of the 12 sacred elementalists. Moreover, unlike the other 11, who had been replaced from time to time, Chaos Star had held his position. Unfortunately, nobody knew what he had obtained from the gold magic crystal treasure chest. Shifeng and the rest of his team quickly arrived before the White Tower. The tower was only 5 stories tall, and a pitch-black pearl that radiated a frightening aura occupied the tip of the tower. When this aura washed over the team, they felt as if some monster was watching them. Even the mana around the pitch-black pearl seemed frozen. There was no flow of mana around the pearl whatsoever. Numerous divine runes had been carved along the tower's walls, and they created a light blue defensive barrier around the tower, which seemed impenetrable. However, unlike most people, Shifeng knew that the barrier wasn't an ordinary defensive magic array. The magic array carved into the tower's walls had survived since ancient times. Current magic arrays simply couldn't compare. Moreover, based on the array's complexity, Shifeng guessed that it was beyond a master magic array. Not even a Tier 4 existence would be able to scratch the barrier, forced to stand aside as they gazed at it. Interestingly, no monsters were anywhere near the tower. The roaming demon supervisors and demonkin warriors only stared at it for a moment before moving on. None of the demonic creatures dared to come within 100 yards of the White Tower. Meanwhile, placed on the tower's open-air top floor sat a magic crystal treasure chest, and as the assassin had reported, the treasure chest was covered in golden runes. The treasure chest also radiated so much mana that it created a white mist around it. Seeing this phenomenon, even a fool would realize that the chest was far from ordinary. All of the players on Shifeng's team drooled as they stared at the treasure chest. Everyone get ready. We'll eliminate the surrounding monsters first, Shifeng immediately commanded. Although he did not know why none of the monsters would approach the tower, there were still over 500 of them in the area. If they did not clear out the monsters, they'd never approach the tower without detection. Following which, Shifeng controlled his 5 great lords and began to lure the demon supervisors and demonkin warriors, killing the demonic creatures with practiced organization. With the help of Demon Ruler, Shifeng's great lords could tank around 20 demon supervisors and demonkin warriors simultaneously. After gathering the enemy demonic creatures, Shifeng used Flame Domain, and towering flames devoured the monsters, dealing several 100,000 damage each second. At this point, Flame Domain was far stronger than Tier 2 spells. In fact, it almost surpassed Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. By the time Flame Domain ended, the demon supervisors and demonkin warriors had lost nearly 4 million HP each. Immediately following, a volley of exploding arrows slammed into the demonic creatures, each arrow dealing around minus 300,000 damage. The demon supervisors and demonkin warriors very quickly became EXP for Shifeng's team. By the time the group defeated the 500 or so demonic creatures around the tower, some of the level 45 players had risen to level 46. However, the level 47 players still needed some time before they reached level 48. As for the loot, the team gained far more than the drops in the town's outer area. More than 100 level 60+ weapons and equipment had dropped, and among them, over 30 were mysterious iron rank. In addition, plenty of mana ore had dropped. Killing the 500+ monsters had netted Shifeng nearly 1,000 pieces of mana ore, increasing the total count past 5,000. With this, we should have more than enough mana ore to construct the mana tower. Shifeng could not help but smile in satisfaction as he gazed at the mana ore in his bag. The trip to the Boneless land had definitely been worthwhile. The Mana Tower was one of the most important support buildings a guild city could have. It was the defining point between a guild city and a guild town. Normally, guilds constructed their Mana Tower the moment they acquired a city, but due to the sudden demand for mana, or Zero Wing City hadn't had enough to construct its Mana Tower until now. It hadn't been able to become a true guild city. Now that he had enough mana, he could start constructing Zero Wing City's Mana Tower once he returned. After dealing with the surrounding monsters, Zero Wing's members approached the tower. However, the instant they set foot within 100 yards of the tower, the black pearl at its tip began to glow with energy. It then fired countless beams of black light at the approaching crowd. Caught off guard, the beams struck Zero Wing's members. Not only were they thrown out of the 100-yard perimeter, but they had also lost 20% of their HPs. Although some experts, like Zipping, had reacted quickly and defended themselves with their weapons, the impact still forced them to retreat by 3 steps. On the bright side, they hadn't received any damage. After the first wave of black beams, only 100 or so players remained within 100 yards of the tower. The rest of the team had been thrown back. An instant later, the pitch-black pearl launched another wave of beam attacks. This time, the more beams targeted each player. During the first wave, each player only had to deal with 3 beams, but now they had to face 4. Furthermore, each player had to deal with an additional beam each time the black pearl attacked. The longer the crowd remained inside the 100-yard range, the fiercer the attacks became. When the black pearl launched more than 10 beams at each player, even the experts of Zipping's standards were thrown out of range. It's no wonder why the monsters avoided the tower. This defensive feature is really amazing. Realization dawned on Shifeng as he watched his teammates fly backward. At the same time, he was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Every lost town had its own unique ability in God's domain. Clearly, this defensive feature was this lost town's ability. Although Shifeng had only watched the defensive feature for a few moments, he had grasped the feature's true purpose. In reality, the defensive feature wasn't meant to keep enemies away. Rather, it was a training device to help players improve their combat standards. This was an extremely rare ability, even among God's domain's various lost towns. Chapter 1624, Gap. Chapter 1624, Gap. Despite multiple attempts to approach the tower, none of Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo's members got within 70 yards before they were thrown out of the 100-yard range. What a powerful trap. Crap. The system is definitely doing this on purpose. It put that treasure chest on display up there just to taunt us. This is ridiculous. It's impossible to take on more than 10 of those black beams at once with the silencing effect within the tower's 100-yard range. Those beams are so fast, too. Everyone looked at the pitch-black pearl on the tip of the tower with resentment. They felt that the system was toying with them. Among their nearly 700 players, Zipping had the best performance. However, even Zipping had only reached the 72-yard mark before being blasted out by over a dozen black beams. Zipping's combat standards easily ranked among the top players in their group, yet not even he could reach the tower. When they thought about how they might have to leave the magic crystal treasure chest on the tower's top floor, anger and frustration tore at their hearts. These kids really take things for granted. Shifeng, who had remained motionless, shook his head and laughed when he overheard his team members grumbling. Following which, he started to make his way towards the tower. As Shifeng approached the tower, everyone turned their gazes towards him. Guild leader Black Flame is going to try to reach the tower, too. With his level of skill, I wonder how far he'll get. This trap is too difficult. Although Guild leader Black Flame is superbly strong, I doubt that he'll get past the 50-yard mark. I'm not so sure about that. We already had to face over a dozen beams before we even reached the 70-yard mark. At the 50-plus range, I bet that the tower will fire over 30 beams. Even if Guild leader Black Flame has frightening attributes, dealing with so many attacks should be impossible. I don't think he'll even get past the 60-yard mark. As the White Tiger Dojo crowd watched Shifeng approach the tower, they started a quiet discussion amongst themselves. They were curious to see the capabilities of Star Moon Kingdom's mythical expert. Truthfully, they had been displeased when the White Tiger Dojo had sent them to train with Zero Wing. They were bona fide fighting experts in the real world, yet they were training under a virtual expert. This was a joke. However, after spending some time in God's domain, they had discovered that this virtual reality game was far from ordinary. Many techniques that were impossible to perform in the real world could be easily accomplished in God's domain. This superhuman combat method was truly addictive. After training with Zero Wing and fighting other players in Zero Wing's battle arena, they came to realize how massive the gap between their abilities and veteran players was. Although they hadn't been a match for God's domain's veteran players initially, however, they had grown strong enough to stand against expert players in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. They now acutely understood God's domain's combat method. Hence, they realized just how powerful Shifeng was. After all, they had watched plenty of experts' battle videos before, including recordings of Shifeng's past battles. In those battles, Shifeng could definitely be described as a monster. After watching Shifeng's battles, they had begun to admire the man. However, the tower's defensive feature tested one's combat standard. Basic attributes had very little to do with it. It didn't matter if Shifeng's attributes were significantly higher than theirs, and although his combat standards were awesome, he should still have his limits. The guild leader is making a move personally? Nice. We're in for a treat now. In contrast to the White Tiger Dojo disciples' skepticism, Zero Wing's members were clearly excited. They paid close attention to Shifeng's every move, hoping to get a glimpse of his true strength. Normally, they didn't get to see this, and in the previous battles, Shifeng had mostly relied on his 5 great lords. They barely caught a glimpse of Shifeng's true capabilities. Experts like Yuziping watched Shifeng curiously as well. They were all eager to learn how much of a gap existed between them and their guild leader. Shifeng quickly arrived at the 100-yard mark, but unexpectedly, he didn't sprint towards the towers as the previous players had. Instead, he continued leisurely even once he was within the Black Pearl's attack range. What is the guild leader trying to do? Could he be testing the waters? Shifeng's actions confused his team members. They had already gotten a clear grasp of the Black Pearl's attack method during their previous attempts. Not only did the strength of Black Pearl's attacks increase as they moved closer to the tower, but it also launched attacks more frequently. If someone wanted a better chance of reaching the tower, they needed to move quickly. They also needed to block the orb's attacks. Yet Shifeng was. Before anyone could react, the Black Pearl began to attack Shifeng. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot towards Shifeng's vital points. Just when the 2 beams were about to hit, Shifeng stopped abruptly and turned slightly. He didn't bother to unsheath either the Abyssal Blade or Killing Ray. Show! Everyone watched, disappointed, as the 2 beams pierced their guild leader. However, the attacks didn't throw Shifeng out of the 100-yard area, and he began to pace towards the tower once more. What's going on? Did he dodge them? The player's expression twisted with confusion. Following which, the Black Pearl launched another wave of attacks. This time, it fired 3 beams. As Shifeng moved closer to the tower, the beams reached Shifeng much sooner than the last attacks had, giving their target less time to react. The team members watched Shifeng with wide-eyed anticipation. What was the man going to do this time? However, to their disappointment, Shifeng reacted the same way as before, stopping and shifting to the side. Like the prior attacks, the beams passed through his body harmlessly, striking the ground behind him. Shifeng continuously moved closer towards the tower like so. 95 yards. 90 yards. 80 yards. The beams, which had beaten everyone senseless, were practically non-existent to Shifeng. They pierced through him harmlessly again and again, blasting small craters into the ground behind him. Shifeng quickly reached the 72-yard mark, Yuziping's record distance. However, he hadn't even used his weapons to defend himself once since he began his approach. In fact, he hadn't even touched his weapons. Is the Black Pearl broken? Has the system made some mistake? The White Tiger Dojo disciples gaped in shock as they watched Shifeng steadily move closer towards the tower, as if he were strolling across his backyard. In their opinion, Shifeng hadn't done anything whatsoever all this time. The only explanation they could think of was that the system had made an error. They had never thought that Shifeng would be so lucky. Seeing this, some curious White Tiger Dojo disciples decided to attempt the test again. However, when they allowed the black beams to strike, they were instantly thrown backward. Impossible. How is the guild leader doing it? Why aren't the Black Pearl's attacks hitting him? The White Tiger Dojo spectators' eyes fall from their sockets as they watched as their companions were blasted past the 100-yard mark. So, this is the difference between the guild leader and me? Yu Zipping revealed a bitter smile as he watched Shifeng move past the 50-yard mark. Although he had been aware of the huge gap between him and Zero Wing's peak experts, he hadn't realized that the gap between them was so fast, let alone the difference between his abilities and that of Zero Wing's mythical expert. In less than a minute, Shifeng had reached the base of the tower, at which point the tower's defensive magic array deactivated. Chapter 1625 Jackpot. Chapter 1625 Jackpot. As the White Tower's defensive magic array transformed into particles of light and vanished, time seemed to have frozen around the tower. Both Zero Wing's members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples stared with blank faces. He passed it. Am I dreaming? He didn't even use his weapons. Yes, that must be it. We must be dreaming. How could such a thing even be possible? No player could dodge that many attacks. Could Guild Leader Black Flame actually be an NPC in disguise? For a time, the players shared their guesses about Shifeng. They simply couldn't wrap their minds around what had just happened. They hadn't even made it to the 70-yard mark before they had been sent flying back to the starting point. Yet Shifeng had walked through the area as if strolling through his backyard. Even when he had neared the 50-yard mark and faced over 30 beams, he slowly and steadily continued forward. Regardless of how fast the Pitch Black Pearl's attack rate had become, Shifeng's speed was unaffected. When Shifeng crossed the 50-yard mark, the beams had changed their attack trajectories in the middle of the attacks. After reaching the 30-yard mark, they had even begun to curve to attack Shifeng from the sides and rear. Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo's members had watched the attacks in anguish. Not only did players have to worry about the Black Pearl changing its attack trajectories, but they also had to worry about attacks from their sides and behind them. Moreover, every attack struck simultaneously. Blocking the attacks from a single direction was already impossible, not to mention dodging or blocking every one of them. The creepier thing was that the Pitch Black Pearl seemed to fear Shifeng. While Shifeng had made his way towards the tower, every one of the Pearl's beam attacks had avoided him. This was already far beyond everything they knew of God's domain. When the White Tiger Dojo disciples watched Shifeng, a chill crawled down their spines. Aside from their reverence, they were afraid and excited to learn more about a real they had never discovered before. Although not everyone was willing to acknowledge that Shifeng had cleared the test, there was no doubt that the White Tower's defensive magic array had disappeared. There was also no doubt that what has just occurred wasn't a dream, but reality. Zero Wing's guild leader is actually so powerful. Is he even human? All of the White Tiger Dojo disciples were fighting experts, and although they hadn't seen exactly what Shifeng had done, they knew that the vast difference between them wasn't as simple as basic attributes. Shifeng was leaps and bounds ahead of them in combat standards as well. When they thought about Shifeng's power, they envied Zero Wing's internal members. Unlike Zero Wing's members, they were only here because the White Tiger Dojo had commissioned Zero Wing to train them. Once they were powerful enough, Zero Wing would stop their training. On the other hand, Zero Wing, and by extension, Shifeng, would train Zero Wing's internal members to their full potential. Shifeng simply chuckled at his players' hushed discussions as he stood at the foot of the White Tower. He then pushed open the tightly sealed doors, curious about what lay beyond. After experiencing the Black Pearl's attacks personally, Shifeng had become even more certain that the device had been passed down since ancient times. He was also sure that it was meant to train players' combat standards. Players had to have reached the half-step refinement realm and be able to observe their surroundings constantly to pass the 50-yard mark. To cross the 30-yard mark, players had to reach the refinement realm. Without precise control of their own movements, players wouldn't be able to dodge or block the varying attacks at the same time. Aside from physical control, players had to have accurate judgment of movement within their environment to continue past the 30-yard mark. The players who could reach the foot of the tower had reached the limit of the refinement realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them half-step flowing water realm experts. For the White Tiger Dojo disciples and Zero Wing internal members, who had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, reaching the tower was simply too difficult. Even Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and Zero Wing's other Refinement Realm experts would likely struggle to reach the tower. Shifeng had to admit that the tower was an excellent tool to help players reach the Refinement Realm. The Black Pearl didn't use the same attack method as monsters, which wouldn't constantly target players' weak points. Not even a group of Refinement Realm experts could elicit a similar result. The only downside was that the Black Pearl's attacks were monotonous and couldn't adapt to change. Even when the beams adjusted their trajectories or curved, they had fixed patterns, unlike expert players, which changed their attack patterns to fit their situation. It was also why Shifeng had managed to reach the bottom of the tower without using his weapons. However, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. After all, he had never heard of such a training device in God's domain before. If he could use this device, nurturing a batch of experts would be easy. Although whether or not these experts reached the Refinement Realm would depend on their individual talent. At most, the training device could offer support, reducing the twists and turns players had to face as they journeyed towards the Refinement Realm. It didn't guarantee that players would reach a certain standard. Of course, if the various superpowers learned of this training device, Shifeng didn't doubt that they would do everything they could to acquire this lost town. Although the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds had their own training systems and devices, with most having higher quality methods than the White Tower, those systems and devices cost massive amounts of resources to maintain. They could also only nurture a small number of players at once. In contrast, the White Tower could bombard nearly 700 players simultaneously and without strain. This alone would be more than enough to tempt the various superpowers into action. Shifeng didn't bother to explain how he had reached the tower. It was still too soon for Zero Wing current internal members and White Tiger Dojo disciples to take on this training device. They still hadn't grasped many of the basics. Trying to take on so many clever attacks simultaneously was impossible for them. The system would simply beat them, not train them. Meanwhile, as Shifeng entered the tower, a spacious, ancient hall appeared before him. From outside, the White Tower didn't look particularly large. However, its interior resembled that of a stadium that could accommodate over 10,000 people. Various ancient weapons had been put on display in the hall, and it resembled an armory. Shifeng was in awe as he gazed at the weapons around him. Every single weapon in this hall radiated a dense amount of mana. At a glance, it was obvious that these weapons were far superior to the ordinary weapons most players used at this stage of the game. This is an armory? Shifeng was confused as he gazed at the weapons on display. He then approached one of the weapon racks, picking up a spear to inspect. When he read the spear's attribute panel, Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. He was so excited that goosebumps began to cover his skin. Mana weapons. Is every weapon here a mana weapon? Shifeng surveyed his surroundings in shock. There were easily over 10,000 weapons in the hall. God's domain had many different kinds of weapons and equipment, most of which fell into three main categories. The first was the common type. It referred to the weapons and equipment most players currently used. Players of the same class could trade and use weapons and equipment of this type. In battle, their durability would decrease, but they could be repaired out of combat. The second type was the unique type. Specific players could use these weapons and equipment. Even if another player picked one up, the item would be useless to them. Similar to the common type, these weapons and pieces of equipment would lose durability in combat, but could be repaired and used indefinitely. The third type was the expendable type. Like the common type, those of the same class could trade and use expendable type weapons. While they wouldn't lose durability in battle, they couldn't be repaired. Once their durability was exhausted, they would be useless. The majority of God's Domain's players and NPCs used common-type weapons and equipment. Most expendable-type weapons and pieces of equipment had been lost in the passing of time. This was due to the uncertainties these items created in battle. However, expendable-type weapons and equipment had one massive benefit: absolute power. When the various races had competed for dominance over the God's Domain continent during ancient times, the human race had been weak and insignificant. To survive their powerful enemies, humans had discovered a method to improve their strength drastically. This was how expendable-type weapons and equipment had come to be. Chapter 1626, Mana Weapon. Chapter 1626, Mana Weapon. Expendable type weapons and equipment didn't function like their common type counterparts. Common type weapons and equipment were designed with both power and stability in mind. Hence, they'd only exert a certain extent of the power of the materials used to create them, nothing more. Meanwhile, expendable type weapons and equipment were only designed with power in mind. These weapons and equipment functioned at the expense of the production materials, which meant that they couldn't be repaired. However, this was also why they were extraordinarily powerful, allowing their users to challenge foes of a higher tier. Mana weapons were the typical representation of expendable type weapons and equipment. As Shifeng gazed at the mana weapons in the hall, he was at a loss for words. Expendable type weapons and equipment's production had ceased long ago in God's domain, and any discovered items had survived since ancient times. Normally, players had no hope of encountering such weapons and equipment. When a mana weapon or piece of equipment had surfaced in the past, players had fought fiercely over the item. After all, high-tiered mana weapons could grant players the power to defeat opponents of a higher tier. No player in God's domain could resist the temptation. Yet, over 10,000 mana weapons were on display before him. Why wouldn't Shifeng be astonished? As expected of a lost town, it's no wonder why the various superpowers fought over them so desperately. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he felt the flowing mana within the spear he held. In the past, Shifeng had assumed that the various superpowers only vied for the lost town's abilities. However, it seemed that that had only been a part of the reason. The riches these lost towns contained was likely another major factor. Unlike ordinary weapons, mana weapons did not have a level requirement, only a tier requirement. They were somewhat similar to magic scrolls, although magic scrolls couldn't compare to the power of a mana weapon. Magic scrolls were generally single-use items, but mana weapons could be used until their durability hit 0. Hence, these weapons' market price had been insanely high in Shifeng's previous life. A Tier 1 mana weapon had cost at least 150 gold in the past, far more expensive than Tier 1 magic scrolls. Even so, tons of players had fought for the chance to wield one. After all, only a small fraction of God's domain's player population had reached the higher tiers. Not all players could do so. Meanwhile, Tier 1 mana weapons would even be of significant help to Tier 2 players. One of these weapons could, at the very least, increase a Tier 2 player's combat power by 20%. If a Tier 1 player used a Tier 1 mana weapon, their combat power would increase by a minimum of 50%. Although the boost wasn't as impactful as a berserk skill, it still allowed elite players to face expert players of the same tier and level. Many wealthy elite and ordinary expert players had purchased Tier 1 mana weapons to use in critical situations. As for Tier 2 mana weapons, they had sold for at least 1,000 gold each in the past. Tier 2 mana weapons would even be useful to Tier 3 players. Tier 3 mana weapons were even more frightening, even providing a significant boost to Tier 4 players. They were no less valuable than Tier 4 magic scrolls, and the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any Tier 3 mana weapon that had been found. Meanwhile, the majority of the weapons in the hall were Tier 1 mana weapons. Even so, Shifeng spotted over 1,000 Tier 2 mana weapons, and most importantly, he counted 12 Tier 3 mana weapons in crystal cabinets in the hall's center. If he sold all of these mana weapons, he'd earn enough coins to make the various super guilds drool. As Shifeng prepared to store every mana weapon in his bag, the system's familiar voice reached his ears. System, this item is still bound and cannot be stored in your bag. System, if you wish to remove this item's bound status, you must take control of the lost town. Sure enough, the system won't allow players to obtain such an advantage so easily. Shifeng smiled bitterly at the spear in his hands. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. If he were allowed to walk away with every mana weapon in this hall, he'd make a huge profit even if he failed to secure the lost town itself. It seems that I have no choice but to collect the weapons after I take control of the town. Shifeng refocused his attention and made his way towards the tower's top floor. At the same time, he became more interested in capturing this lost town. If he took control of this town, not only would Zero Wing secure another method of nurturing refinement realm experts, but they'd also rake in a massive fortune. The guild would then have all the manpower and wealth it needed. With these factors taken care of, it would be odd if the guild didn't become a major power. Soon, Shifeng reached the tower's second floor. The second-floor hall was visibly smaller than the first-floor hall, and 10 translucent ghosts wandered the area. Some wore plate armor, some wore leather armor, and some wore cloth armor. Every one of these ghosts radiated a horrific aura, and even Shifeng felt an intense pressure weigh down on him as he bathed in the powerful energy. Wandering Soul, Undead Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 180,000/180,000,000. Tyrant Soul, Undead Mythic. Level 80. HP 420,000/420,000,000. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw all of these powerful monsters, and a frown pulled at his lips. Had he only had to face one level 80 Grand Lord, he wouldn't have had much of a problem, but there were a total of 9 level 80 Grand Lords before him. Moreover, the distance between each Grand Lord was practically negligible. If he attracted one of the Wandering Souls, he was guaranteed to pull the other 8 Wandering Souls. However, these 9 Wandering Souls weren't his biggest problem. There was actually a mythic-ranked Tyrant Soul. Although Shifeng recognized his own strength, he'd grossly overestimate himself if he thought that he could defeat a level 80 mythic monster. In fact, the Tyrant's Soul could likely one-shot him. I guess the system doesn't intend to allow anyone on the 3rd floor. Shifeng felt his head ache as he looked at the Tyrant's Soul, who remained motionless in the center of the hall. The spiral staircase that led to the 3rd floor lay directly behind the Tyrant's Soul. Shifeng had assumed that he would be able to walk up to the tower's top floor effortlessly, but it seemed that obtaining the magic crystal treasure chest would be more difficult than he had thought. If he had faced such a situation outside of the tower, he could likely rely on Zero Wing and the White Tiger Dojo's members to sneak past the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls. However, they were still stuck outside of the tower, as were the 5 Great Lords under his control. Without his Great Lords and the other players, dodging the Wandering Soul's attacks would be extremely difficult. If the Tyrant's Soul joined the fray, he'd likely die in an instant. Although he had an invulnerability skill, Absolute Domain had a short duration of 10 seconds. Dashing from the edge of the 2nd floor hall to the staircase and ascending to the 3rd floor to open the magic crystal treasure chest in 10 seconds was impossible. Once Absolute Domain's duration ended, the Tyrant's Soul would slap him down. Yet, if he gave up, he'd never retrieve the magic crystal treasure chest. It was even a gold magic crystal treasure chest. He had only heard rumors of such a thing during his previous life. Shifeng then calmed himself and moved around the hall while observing the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls, hoping to find some angle he could take advantage of. But after watching the monsters for over 10 minutes, he failed to find any opportunities. While he had been watching, the Tyrant's Soul had stood deathly still in front of the spiral staircase. If he attempted to approach the staircase, the mythic-ranked boss would likely discover him. With no external factors to take advantage of, Shifeng was forced to flip through his bag, hoping that he'd find something useful. As Shifeng began to consider giving up, he noticed that he still had a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll. He had obtained the scroll from the Purgatory Serpent. As his gaze touched upon the scroll, Shifeng's hopes rekindled. A Tier 3 defensive magic scroll could even block a Tier 4 existence's attacks for a short time. With the scroll and his absolute domain, it wasn't entirely impossible to secure the magic crystal treasure chest. Now, the only problem was the Tyrant's Soul's exact strength. If it were too powerful, it wouldn't need much time to break through the defensive magic scroll's barrier, and Shifeng's death would be certain. After considering his options for some time, Shifeng decided that it was worth a try. If he died, he'd lose 1 level at most. 1 level was a small price to pay for a gold magic crystal treasure chest. Following which, Shifeng used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger carefully cross to the opposite side of the hall. Meanwhile, Shifeng readied the Tier 3 defensive magic scroll before activating the aura of Wind's Gale domain and charging forward. When Shifeng was within 100 yards of the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls, a cold glint flashed in the 10 monsters' eyes. They charged at Shifeng like ferocious beasts. The Tyrant's Soul moved like lightning. Before Shifeng had even crossed 5 yards, the mythic monster had appeared before him. The Gossamer boss had already conjured a blue lightning blade in its right hand and swung it down towards Shifeng. Chapter 1627, Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Chapter 1627, Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. So fast. Shifeng's complexion darkened when he saw the tyrant's soul appear before him suddenly. Although he had long since known that he was no match for a level 80 mythic monster, he had never imagined that the tyrant's soul would be so agile. Despite his dark iron bloodline, he could only barely catch a glimpse of the tyrant's soul's moving figure. Meanwhile, the tyrant's soul did not give Shifeng any opportunity to defend himself as it gathered mana in its right hand and molded it into a blade of lightning. It then swung the blue lightning blade down at Shifeng. The lightning blade tore through the air effortlessly, producing not a single sound as it descended on Shifeng. Or to put it in another way, the lightning blade moved so swiftly that even the sound it generated could not keep up with it. Shifeng immediately understood that it was already too late for him to defend himself using his swords. Yet, if he allowed the lightning blade to land on him, he would die without a doubt. At the critical moment, he used divine steps, 10 doppelgangers of himself splitting out from his body. Then, he promptly switched positions with one of his doppelgangers. The moment Shifeng was done switching positions, the doppelganger he had swapped with got split in half by the tyrant's soul. The lightning blade also left a thin crack beneath the doppelganger's feet, the crack extending 50 yards. Only a brief moment later did the sound of air being torn apart enter his ears. For a moment, Shifeng was even under the illusion that the tyrant's soul's attack had split the entire second floor in half. Right then, when Shifeng looked at the tyrant's soul, which was clad in a set of dark gold-colored runic armor with a pitch-black crown on its head, he could not help but doubt it was actually a mythic monster. Mythic monsters were indeed powerful and possessed superb basic attributes. However, in terms of combat standards, most were on par with ordinary experts, who were only capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor. However, through that single attack, Shifeng could tell that the tyrant's soul was already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. It had no excess actions in its movements. Including the absolute speed it possessed, the tyrant's soul could slaughter even a party of Tier 3 experts of the same level. If not for divine steps, he would have no doubt been killed instantly just now. Not daring to waste any time, Shifeng immediately dashed towards the spiral staircase while having his 10 doppelgangers distract the tyrant's soul. Although the doppelgangers summoned using divine steps were incapable of attacking, they were also invulnerable. No matter how the tyrant's soul attacked them, they would remain unaffected. Hence, they definitely had a chance to delay the tyrant's soul for a brief moment. After all, regardless of how powerful a monster was, their intellect was still far from comparable to NPCs, much less to players. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had shaken the tyrant's soul off his tail. However, after he moved forward for just a few steps, the 9 wandering souls reached him. Even Shifeng would be troubled when pitted against 9 level 80 Grand Lords. Fortunately, unlike the tyrant's soul, which remained basically unaffected by Shifeng's Gale domain, the wandering souls had their movement speeds reduced considerably. In addition, Gale domain boosted Shifeng's speed significantly. Purely in terms of movement speed, Shifeng was superior to the wandering souls. Hence, he could evade the attack trajectories of the wandering souls relatively easily. For safety's sake, though, he still activated Defensive Blade. Although the combat standards of the 9 wandering souls were far from comparable to the tyrant's souls, these were still at the trial tower's 4th floor. Ordinary experts would still get killed instantly if they went up against the Grand Lords. Shifeng was only relying on his advantage in speed and his grasp of his surroundings to just barely dodge the attacks of the wandering souls. However, as the wandering souls outnumbered him greatly, even he could avoid only a portion of the attacks sent at him. He had to rely on Defensive Blade to block the rest. Following which, Defensive Blade's block count continuously decreased as Shifeng neared the spiral staircase. 10 times, 8 times, 5 times. When Defensive Blade's block count was close to depleted, Shifeng was still over 20 yards away from the staircase. At this time, the 9 wandering souls gave up on trying to engage Shifeng in a melee and switched to spells to attack him. Suddenly, dozens of shadow blades formed in midair. They even know Shadow Sanctions, the fastest Tier 3 spell available? Shifeng frowned. There were weak spells and strong spells. Likewise, there were slow spells and fast spells. Shadow Sanctions was the fastest Tier 3 spell available in the game. Although it packed a weak punch and barely dealt any damage against monsters and players of the same level and tier, when used against a player that was inferior in terms of both levels and tiers, it could easily become a lethal spell. Not to mention, all 9 Wandering Souls were using the same spell. Even a Tier 3 player of the same level would get killed if they were careless. In the next moment, under the control of the Wandering Souls, the dozens of shadow blades flew towards Shifeng. Show! Just when the shadow blades were about to reach Shifeng, he switched positions with the doppelganger he summoned using Phantom Kill and appeared on the other side of the spiral staircase. As for his doppelganger, the numerous shadow blades instantly annihilated it. Close 1. Shifeng felt extremely fortunate that he had not tried to defend against those shadow blades. The only way he could have blocked all those attacks just now was with Absolute Domain. However, if he wasted Absolute Domain here, even if he managed to reach the magic crystal treasure chest later, he would be powerless to do anything about it. After killing his doppelganger, the Wandering Souls charged at Shifeng's real body once again. However, they were too far away. By the time the Wandering Souls arrived at the spiral staircase, he was already halfway up. Since Shifeng's movement speed originally surpassed that of the Wandering Souls, despite the Grand Lords giving their all into chasing him, the distance between them only widened. Shortly after, Shifeng arrived at the top floor of the tower. Sure enough, it isn't locked. Shifeng grew ecstatic when he saw the magic crystal treasure chest placed in the middle of the top floor. Previously, he couldn't determine whether the treasure chest was locked or not. From what he knew of magic crystal treasure chests, they were never locked. However, those treasure chests all had silver runes carved on them. Hence, he had not been certain that gold magic crystal treasure chests wouldn't have locks. By the time Shifeng got to the treasure chest, the 9 Wandering Souls had just arrived on the top floor. When the Grand Lords noticed Shifeng's location, they let loose an angry outcry that echoed throughout the entire tower. Even the Zero Wing members and White Tiger Dojo disciples resting over 100 yards away from the tower could not help but shudder at the Grand Lord's powerful roars. What's going on? Quick look! The guild leader has already arrived before the treasure chest. Wait, there seem to be monsters. What? Those are 9 level 80 Grand Lords. Everyone's eyes widened when they looked at the Wandering Souls chasing after Shifeng. Initially, they had felt excited at his obtaining the magic crystal treasure chest. Now they only felt sympathy for him. Even if their entire team of nearly 700 players went up against one Wandering Soul, they would not be able to make the Grand Lord break a sweat. Yet now, 9 of these level 80 Grand Lords had actually appeared at the same time. Who could possibly stop them? When the Wandering Souls were less than 10 yards away from Shifeng, his lips suddenly curled up in a smile. Activate. Triple Flame Barrier. In the next moment, Shifeng unfurled the Tier 3 magic scroll in his hand and completed the activation chant. Suddenly, emerald flames emerged from the ground around Shifeng and formed a pyramid that enveloped him completely. When the 9 Wandering Souls bombarded Shifeng with spells, their spells were all burnt into oblivion by the emerald flames. When the weapons the Wandering Souls wielded clashed against the flame pyramid, they immediately melted under the high temperatures of the flames. The might of the triple flame barrier exceeded Shifeng's expectations entirely. Following which, Shifeng started opening the magic crystal treasure chest. The triple flame barrier lasted 30 seconds. Normally, that should be just enough time to activate a treasure chest. When Shifeng clicked on the magic crystal treasure chest, the loading bar that appeared before him showed that it would take 30 seconds to open the treasure chest. Upon seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. However, 3 seconds into the activation process, a flash of lightning appeared at the spiral staircase. When the lightning disappeared, the figure of the Tyrant's soul appeared. At this moment, the Tyrant's soul's eyes were releasing scorching flames, its entire body wreathed in golden arcs of electricity. As soon as the Tyrant's soul appeared, it immediately began chanting an incantation while writing divine runes in the air. In the next moment, a magic array with a 100-yard radius formed in the sky above the Tyrant's soul. Several plasma balls the size of hills started coalescing below the magic array. Under the mythic monster's guidance, the plasma balls then rained down on Sherfong one after another. Chapter 1628, Tyrant. Chapter 1628, Tyrant. What with the appearance of the massive magic array and the hill-sized plasma balls that blotted out the sky above the tower, it felt as if Armageddon had descended. Loud crackling sounds echoed throughout the space around the White Tower. The frightening pressure from the massive magic array made the hearts of the players standing below the tower palpitate, their breathing becoming somewhat stifled. When the crowd below the tower saw the tyrant's soul, which hovered in midair, their mouths gaped in shock. A mythic? That's a mythic monster. We're doomed. Why is there such a powerful monster here? Whether it was Zero Wing's internal members or the White Tiger Dojo's disciples, they rarely ever raided dungeons, much less fought against incomparably powerful bosses. The strongest monster they'd fought against thus far was the Purgatory Serpent. Meanwhile, just the Purgatory Serpent alone had already made them despair. Their reaction to the mythic monster before them went without saying. Looking at the tyrant's soul, although everyone knew that the mythic monster's target wasn't them, their minds still could not help but conceive the thought of turning around and fleeing. Meanwhile, when Sherfong looked at the descending plasma balls, his complexion darkened significantly. Although he had long since known that his doppelgangers could only delay the tyrant's soul for a short time, he had not expected the mythic monster to be ruthless enough to use Thunder Plasma, a Tier 4 spell, as soon as it appeared. Tier 4 spells originally already possessed frightening destructive power, but Thunder Plasma was even one of the top-ranking Tier 4 spells available in the game. The spell's power was very close to rivaling that of a Tier 4 curse. Even Tier 4 monsters would be heavily injured if struck by this spell. At this moment, however, it was already too late for Sherfong to do anything about the situation. While activating a treasure chest, players were not allowed to move away. As long as they shifted their position, they would have to redo the activation process. Not to mention, now that the plasma balls were already descending on him, he wouldn't be able to escape getting struck unless he moved out of the spell's 100-yard radius AoE. In the next moment, numerous plasma balls bombarded the triple flame barrier one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Each time a plasma ball landed on the triple flame barrier, the emerald flame pyramid trembled violently. With each subsequent blast, the emerald flames also weakened. The sound of each impact echoed throughout the lost town. The intense shockwaves created were palpable even for the crowd standing over 100 yards away from the tower. Thunder Plasma lasted for a total of 6 seconds. By the time the spell ended, cracks had appeared in the formerly sturdy triple flame barrier. The emerald flames had also dimmed considerably. Upon seeing that the triple flame barrier was still standing, Sherfong could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. As expected of a spell known for having power approaching that of Tier 4 curses, its might really is frightening. After taking a glance at the triple flame barrier's remaining duration, Sherfong could not help but smile bitterly. The barrier originally should have been able to last 30 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed since he activated it, yet after the bombardment from Thunder Plasma, the system actually notified him that the triple flame barrier's remaining duration was just 12 seconds. Despite the triple flame barrier's duration remaining completely unaffected even when receiving the assault of the Wandering Souls, a single attack from the Tyrant's soul had depleted the barrier's energy so significantly. If the Tyrant's soul executed another attack of similar power, the triple flame barrier would definitely break. Fortunately, Thunder Plasma was a spell with a very long cooldown. Even if the Tyrant's soul was a mythic monster, it wouldn't be able to use Thunder Plasma again anytime soon. However, even while Sherfong was having such thoughts, the Tyrant's soul began chanting an incantation and writing divine runes once again. Compared to when it was casting Thunder Plasma, the Tyrant's soul spent much more time casting this spell. It invested a total of 6 seconds into it. After the mythic monster was done chanting, a new magic array appeared in the space above the tower. Although this magic array's AoE was not as large as Thunder Plasma's magic array, it was a bona fide twofold magic array, a silver magic array and a pitch-black magic array. As the two magic arrays intermingled, they sucked the lost town dry of its ambient mana. For a moment, Everyone inside the town felt their perception and vision blur. Is there a need to be so desperate? Shifeng was at a loss for words when he saw the twofold magic array in the sky. Tier 4 Curse, Thunder God's Annihilation. Although the curse's AoE was much smaller, in terms of power, it was much stronger than even ordinary Tier 5 spells. Even Tier 5 creatures would dread this curse. They would definitely sustain severe injuries if struck by it. In the next moment, the two magic arrays transformed into a ball of black and white light. Arcs of electricity also wreathed the ball of light. As the ball of light descended, it was as if the space surrounding it froze. At this moment, the Tyrant's soul also abruptly revealed a human-like sneer as it looked at Shifeng as if it was saying, "What else can you do?" At this moment, even if Shifeng was a fool, he could tell that the triple flame barrier wouldn't be able to endure this apocalyptic attack. Gritting his teeth, he immediately took out a crimson elemental source and set it in the heart of the triple flame barrier's magic array. Elemental sources had many uses, with their main purpose being the creation of elemental weapons. However, Shifeng could not care less right now. If he wanted to have any chance to acquire the magic crystal treasure chest, his only choice was to use the fire-type elemental source. If he failed today, obtaining the treasure chest would definitely become much harder in the future. In God's domain, monsters, particularly high-tiered monsters, all possessed a certain degree of intellect. If he failed to obtain the treasure chest today, the Tyrant's soul would definitely guard the treasure chest much more strictly on his next visit. After going through so many difficulties to get to this point, Shifeng had no intention of giving up just like that. As the refined energy of the elemental source flowed into the triple flame barrier, the previously dim, emerald flames flared up. Moreover, the color of the flames even transformed from emerald to white-hot. Now, the flame pyramid looked more like a dazzling sun brightly illuminating the entire lost town. When the ball of black and white light crashed into the triple flame barrier, the resulting impact shook the entire white tower. Even the players standing 100 yards away from the tower were sent flying over 10 yards. Their bodies fell to the ground one after another. Shocked expressions filled everyone's faces as they stared at the clash of lightning and flames above the tower. The White Tiger Dojo disciples, in particular, suddenly felt as if they were living in an entirely different world from Shifeng. At the same time, they also came to have a new understanding of the battles in God's domain. Before, they thought that it was already plenty amazing that players could conduct superhuman battles in the game. However, the battle they were witnessing now could no longer be considered to be a player's battle. Instead, it was more like a battle between two apocalyptic beasts. A simple exchange between these beasts could easily deform the surrounding terrain. As the seconds passed by, the dazzling triple flame barrier began fading. The lost town returned to its dimly illuminated state. Fortunately, the ball of black and white light also started decreasing in size. After nearly 10 seconds had gone by, the ball of light disappeared. Meanwhile, the flame pyramid created by the triple flame barrier had also reverted to an emerald color. Shifeng breathed out a deep sigh of relief after seeing this situation. Fortunately, he had brought along elemental sources with him, which allowed him to strengthen the Tier 3 triple flame barrier, letting it possess the might of a Tier 4 defensive spell. However, the Tyrant's soul's Thunder God's Annihilation had also depleted the elemental source's energy completely. Although the elemental source's power was exhausted, the triple flame barrier's duration had also recovered to its normal state. It would now last him until the activation process of the treasure chest was over. However, the Tyrant's soul did not stop attacking despite the failure of its second attack. It immediately started preparing another Tier 4 spell to bombard Shifeng with. The number of Tier 4 spells the mythic monster grasped astonished even Shifeng. The Tyrant's soul possessed not only an extremely high combat standard, but also many Tier 4 spells. Against such a monster, even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts of the same level would get routed. Fortunately, the triple flame barrier endured the Tyrant's soul's third attack without faltering. Eventually, when the emerald flame pyramid disappeared, the magic crystal treasure chest also opened. Seeing the treasure chest open infuriated the Tyrant's soul. Its body started to release pitch-black fog. Then, the mythic monster charged at Shifeng with the speed of lightning. Shifeng activated Absolute Domain without hesitation. Without even looking, he frantically plucked items from inside the treasure chest and placed them in his bag. Die! The tyrant's soul could not help but bellow in rage at this scene. This time, though, the mythic monster did not gather mana and summon a lightning blade to its hand. Instead, it unsheathed a rusted longsword hung around its waist. Although this longsword looked very ordinary, space tore apart wherever the edge of this longsword crossed. The tyrant's soul swung the longsword down at Shifeng ruthlessly. Chapter 1629, Saint Weapon. Chapter 1629, Saint Weapon. Shifeng's complexion darkened at the sight of the rusted longsword descending towards him. Although Tier 4 existences were capable of tearing apart space with their attacks, this required a considerable amount of effort. Yet, the tyrant's soul's rusted longsword achieved this feat with seemingly no effort on the mythic monster's part. This meant that every one of the tyrant's soul's normal attacks would carry power equivalent to that of an ordinary mythic monster executing an all-out attack. As the rusted longsword descended, a black seam cut at the golden barrier that appeared around Shifeng. Boom! Along with a loud boom, a powerful gale surged into the tower's surroundings. The players standing outside the tower lost their footing once more. What kind of monster is this? Is a mythic monster really that powerful? Everyone could not help but gape in shock as they gazed up at the tyrant's soul. Just the shockwave from one of the tyrant's soul's attacks reduced them to such a miserable state. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the dust above the tower settled, Shifeng, who had activated Absolute Domain, emerged, apparently intact. However, the impact resulting from the attack had driven him back several steps before he could stabilize himself. What is that sword? Shifeng wore a grim expression as he stared at the tyrant's soul's longsword. Although Absolute Domain was an invulnerability skill, there was no true invulnerability in God's domain. Even so, Absolute Domain should have no problem blocking Tier 4 attacks. Yet, against the tyrant's soul's longsword, Absolute Domain was no longer absolute. Absolute Domain created a protective barrier made up of divine runes around his body. Meanwhile, the moment the rusted longsword collided with the protective barrier, Shifeng had clearly seen the rusted longsword moving roughly an inch into the barrier, deforming it. The intense impact had even forced him to retreat by 4 steps. This was something Shifeng had never seen happen before. Not waiting for Shifeng to make a move, the tyrant's soul immediately brandished its rusted longsword again. Suddenly, several black seams extended towards him. Previously, one black seam had been enough to drive Shifeng back by several steps already. When multiple black seams descended on him simultaneously, he suddenly felt death looming over him. Without hesitation, he activated Disintegration Field to suppress the tyrant's soul. Although the domain skill had little effect on mythic monsters, it could still reduce the tyrant's soul's basic attributes slightly. Following which, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike, instantly disappearing from his original location, appearing slightly closer to the tyrant's soul, and narrowly avoiding the several spatial tier attacks. Although Instant Strike increased both his damage and attack speed drastically, Shifeng had no intention of clashing with the tyrant's soul. Instead, he turned around and continued looting the magic crystal treasure chest. The treasure chest held many items. However, since he did not know which one was the most valuable, he simply picked up as many as he could. In the blink of an eye, 2 more items entered his bag. Upon seeing this, the tyrant's soul became even more enraged and brandished its rusted sword again. The tyrant's soul's attack speed was extremely fast. Even Shifeng could not dodge the mythic monster's attacks in time. Knowing this, he decided not to dodge and allowed the tyrant's soul to attack him as it wished while he continued looting the treasure chest. Right now, every additional item he obtained counted. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the bombardment, Shifeng got pushed aside time after time. As a result of receiving multiple powerful attacks in quick succession, the duration of the protective shield, which should have lasted 10 seconds, decreased significantly. Regardless, Shifeng persisted in looting the treasure chest. Despicable thief! You dare take my family's treasures? I will turn you into ashes. The tyrant's soul bellowed. In the next moment, the black fog its body emitted merged with the rusted longsword. Suddenly, silver divine runes started appearing along the rusted blade of the longsword. Although the blade looked very ordinary, The instant the runes on the silver blade lit up, Shifeng, who was heading towards the treasure chest once again after being blown away, abruptly halted in his tracks. He then instinctively retreated a step. Death! Shifeng saw his death when he looked at the silver longsword. Moreover, this wasn't any ordinary death. For a moment, he felt that, should he take another step forward, he would thoroughly disappear from God's domain. Meanwhile, when the tyrant's soul looked at Shifeng now, although its complexion had paled considerably and it appeared quite fatigued, absolute confidence filled its eyes. It was as if it knew that at this moment, nothing could stop its attack. Not good. Shifeng suddenly thought of a certain matter, his complexion turning ashen instantly. He hastily switched to the aura of space and activated space movement, opening a spatial tunnel before him. Despite absolute domain having another 3 seconds left, he jumped into the spatial tunnel without hesitation. As soon as Shifeng jumped into the spatial tunnel, the tyrant's soul arrived before the tunnel and slashed its longsword at the tunnel. When the longsword descended, the clouds a long distance away split apart. Likewise, the spatial tunnel, which the silver longsword had made direct contact with, was cut in half. What kind of attack is that? When the far-off members of Zero Wing and the White Tiger Dojo saw the massive tear in space that had appeared above the tower, as well as the bisected spatial tunnel, their eyes nearly fell out of their own sockets. A spatial tunnel was created by opening a hole in space. Yet, the tyrant's soul had actually managed to slice even the spatial tunnel in half. Meanwhile, after the spatial tunnel was cut in two, it instantly disappeared into nothingness. Despicable thief. I will never let you get away. The tyrant's soul bellowed in rage when it saw Shifeng escaping successfully, its voice echoing throughout the lost town. When the members of Zero Wing and White Tiger Dojo, who stood at a distance, felt the killing intent the tyrant's soul radiated, they felt as if their bodies had petrified. They did not dare to move even in the slightest. Meanwhile, beside a flowing stream located in a map neighboring the Boneless land, Shifeng suddenly appeared. The moment he exited the spatial tunnel, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That was close. He had very nearly lost everything. As expected of the guardian of a gold magic crystal treasure chest. It actually possesses even a saint weapon. When Shifeng recalled the tyrant's soul's final attack, he could not help but shudder in fear. Previously, he had failed to detect what made the tyrant's soul's longsword so special. He simply felt that it was a very powerful weapon. However, the moment he saw the divine runes on the silver longsword lighting up, as well as sensed the monstrous amounts of mana the weapon exuded. Aside from a Tier 5 mana weapon, he really could not figure out what other weapons could replicate such a feat. Mana weapons were originally meant to suck dry the potential of their raw materials and exhibit power beyond one's imagination. However, the higher-tiered a mana weapon was, the more difficult it was to produce it. Among them, Tier 3 mana weapons were labeled as higher-order mana weapons, while Tier 5 mana weapons were labeled as saint weapons. Needless to say, saint weapons were exceedingly rare in God's domain, so much so that their rarity rivaled that of legendary weapons. In the past, he had seen the battle video of a Tier 5 expert wielding a saint weapon against a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. When the Tier 5 expert invested all his power into his saint weapon for an all-out attack, silver divine runes had appeared on the saint weapon. Back then, even the Tier 6 God-ranked expert had to go full bore to repulse the saint weapon's attack. One could just imagine how powerful saint weapons were. Had he been killed by the tyrant's soul's attack just now, he definitely wouldn't have lost only a single level. Most likely, even his immortal soul would have been annihilated. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and left in time. Meanwhile, just as Shifeng was about to celebrate, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, you have angered the tyrant's soul. The tyrant's soul has used soul pursuit on you and will send a soul doppelganger after you once every day. Chapter 1630, Abundant Harvest. Chapter 1630, Abundant Harvest. Shifeng could not help but frown as he read the system notification. Soul pursuit was a type of curse. It was one of the most common in God's domain and very challenging to deal with. Regardless of where players were, the user's soul doppelganger would appear beside them. Shifeng was already familiar with the tyrant's soul's power. The fact that it wielded a Saint weapon put its attack power on par with ordinary Tier 5 classes. If it really came down to a fight, even a 100-man Tier 3 team of the same level would have to use special means to take the mythic monster down. Current players simply had no hope against the Tyrant's soul. Although Soul Doppelganger wasn't as powerful as the main body during the first few appearances, it would grow stronger with each attempt to slay the target until it eventually rivaled its user. There were two ways to resolve this type of curse. The first was to kill the main body, while the second was to kill the final Soul Doppelganger, which would be as strong as the main body. There were no other ways to stop Soul Pursuit. Clearly, the first method was impossible for Shifeng right now, and the second would require a long, arduous battle with the Tyrant's soul, would only complicate his future development. As Shifeng tried to think of a way to deal with the Tyrant's soul's persistent pursuit, his head began to ache. If the Soul Doppelganger only showed up once every 3 or 5 days, he could cope, but he hadn't expected the Tyrant's soul's curse to hound him once every day. In other words, he would have to defeat the Tyrant's soul's Soul Doppelganger once every day. Moreover, it would appear at random. Although he could hide in an NPC city and let the city's guards deal with the Tyrant's soul's doppelganger, he wouldn't accomplish anything if he did. Shifeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile about his situation. He had never thought that looting a magic crystal treasure chest would be so problematic. The most frustrating part was that he had only managed to grab 5 items from the magic crystal treasure chest. The chest contained at least another 5 or 6 items. Had he collected all of the items, he wouldn't have minded the Tyrant's soul's hunt, yet he had to avoid the Soul Doppelganger despite only claiming half of the treasure chest's items. But Shifeng didn't give the matter too much thought. Instead, he instructed Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples to leave the lost town and wait for his arrival. Meanwhile, he examined the items he had acquired from the treasure chest. In his previous life, he had heard countless rumors about gold magic crystal treasure chests' loot, even surpassing the quality of items in epic treasure chests. However, since the 12 Sacred Elementalists' Chaos Star had been the only known player to obtain a gold magic crystal treasure chest, and had never divulged any information about his bounty, these rumors had been nothing more than that, just rumors. After Shifeng inspected the contents of his bag space, an excited expression illuminated his features, quickly replaced by one of utter shock. So, this is a gold magic crystal treasure chest? Shifeng was elated as he gazed at the 5 new items in his bag. 3 of the 5 items were pieces of equipment. One was an epic plate armor helmet called the Trembling Crown, and another was an epic shield named Trembling Shield. Both pieces of epic equipment belonged to the Trembling set, a bona fide epic ranked set equipment. When a player equipped 2 pieces of this set, the user would receive a passive skill called Tough Body, which increased the player's endurance and physique by 10% while reducing incoming damage by 20%. An epic set equipment. Acquiring a single epic weapon or piece of equipment was already difficult for God's Domain's current superpowers, not to mention epic set equipment. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, epic set equipment had been considered the best available in the game. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even though Shifeng only had 2 pieces of the Trembling set, the effects these pieces provided would significantly improve a player's combat power. If one of the guild's MTs equipped these 2 pieces, their combat power would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Needless to say, the stronger the guild's MTs were, the more they'd benefit the guild's development. Every guild needed powerful MTs to tank dungeon and field bosses, and if the guild didn't have an MT that could handle the task, it would never complete the raid. However, of the 3 pieces of equipment Shifeng had looted, the 3rd piece truly surprised him. The 3rd piece of equipment was a Tier 3 mana weapon. Unfortunately, the Tier 3 mana weapon was a 2-handed sword, not a 1-handed sword. Edgeless blade, 2-handed sword, Tier 3 mana weapon. Equipment requirement, Tier 2. Attack power, 240% of strength. All attributes, increases according to user's level and tier. When equipped, user's body will transform into a mana body, gathering nearby mana to them and strengthening their perception. Improves physique by 15%. Increases strength by 40%, agility by 30%, endurance by 20%. Increases critical rate by 10%. Decreases stamina consumption by 15%. Increases the power of all skills by 20%. Ignore levels plus 15. Durability 220/220. Additional passive skill dash. Mana strengthening. Provides additional basic attributes to the user depending on the density of the ambient mana. The higher the ambient mana density is, the higher the basic attributes provided will be. Basic attributes can increase to a maximum of 20%. Additional active skill dash. Limit Blade. By absorbing the user's power and sacrificing a fraction of the weapon's durability, the edgeless blade will increase the user's strength attribute by 200% for one attack. Each attack costs 1 durability. As this sword is a mana weapon, it cannot be repaired. Weapon will automatically disappear when durability reaches 0. A Tier 3 mana weapon could even provide a tremendous boost to Tier 3 players, and although it was a consumable item, it was even more valuable than epic weapons. The weapon's sole active skill, Limit Blade, was particularly valuable. Although the 200% increase in strength didn't seem much compared to its significant cost, the weapon's attack power was based on the user's strength. Hence, the 200% increase to strength provided a formidable boost to the user's destructive power. If a Tier 3 player equipped this weapon, they could even stand against Tier 4 opponents of the same level. Epic weapons had no chance of achieving such a feat. However, the edgeless blade was only the third most valuable of the items Shifeng had obtained. The second most valuable item was a Tier 3 combination skill called Fiery Thunderstorm, which required 5 magical class players to perform. This combination skill could even rival a Tier 4 spell. Guilds wouldn't even sell a combination skill of this power for 100,000 magic crystals. After all, the skill that could be a trump card when challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters. Tier 4 magic scrolls were extremely rare in God's domain, but combination skills could be used indefinitely, and such scrolls could never compare to the value of Fiery Thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Fiery Thunderstorm was a single-target spell, not a large-scale destruction spell. Even so, Shifeng was quite satisfied to find this spell in his bag. At the very least, he now had a weapon to deal with Tier 4 mythic monsters. The last of the 5 items was a unique crystal. It was also what shocked Shifeng the most. A burning, purple flame danced within this crystal, and arcs of golden electricity flickered around the flame. The purple flame radiated an intensely tyrannical aura, and Shifeng shuddered as he gazed at it. This flame was also an item Shifeng had been looking for a long time now. It was a Tier 3 mysterious flame called the Purple Thunder Flame. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.